Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I am so sorry for being late. Y'all know I didn't get back home till about 1:40, and I have my niece here. So if you hear a baby in the background, it's Kylie. But I have Kylie with me. I had to make her breakfast this morning before I got on. So that's like part of my routine now. So that is part of my routine. Good morning, everybody. I know it's like 9:10. So I won't get to run through all of the good mornings. My apologies. Good morning to everyone who is on the live this morning. I appreciate you guys so much. I missed y'all yesterday. I had to listen to the lawyer, Lexi. If Lexi is in the chat, Kylie, they said congratulations on graduation. She said thank you. I listened to the lawyer, and Lexi, if you are in the chat, Lexi, you had some amazing tweets as you always do, but they really helped me catch up with what was going on yesterday. Hold on, y'all. Well, don't get her. Sorry, y'all. I might have to fight with the child today. But anyway, her dress was so beautiful. She looked so beautiful. Her hair is in the afro right now. She said it was curled yesterday because I had to graduate. Well, it's an afro today. So, yes, thank you guys so much. Hold on just a second. Kylie is another one, y'all. She doesn't really care for Barchi, so she's holding the other dog and telling Barchi to move out the way. Anyway, thank you again to everybody. I appreciate it yesterday. Like I said, I caught up with some of the stuff from the Lord. I think he had a 2-hour live. I watched it on my way back. I also read those tweets, and I can't believe that our friend really stood on business when it comes to January 29th versus January 30th. Did y'all see the recent discovery from Higgins parking lot video? What would that be, Becca? Ash, I hear all that. How can we trust an expert who can't get the year or day wrong? He got the year wrong. He got the day wrong. And he just stood firm in it. That's a problem for me. That is a problem for me that he stood so firm in the fact that he was wrong. And as an expert, he should know this case front to back. Hold on, y'all. They still know the case. Like, you should know that case, especially a case this big. You should know this case. You should know, hell, you should know the timeline like the back of your hand. That bothered me. Barchi's only friend is me. I think I am the only friend. Like, it, right, Lo. I think Shannon bothered me just consistently lying about it. And even when Hank came back to try to fix it, it was terrible. Good morning, everybody. Oh, Beck, I think I heard someone say that. But I just think that even when Hank got up and tried to bring up Oprah and Steve Jobs, like, it didn't hit because we do not have evidence of either of them lying about their education. Why would you bring them up? Now, if the argument was he can't be an expert without a degree, then I understand it. But that's not the argument. So that's an issue. That's an issue. Emily, I mean, Hank was really trying. Now, let me ask you guys this. He was really trying, Emily, but I think he failed. What do you guys think the data did? What did the data do for you? Because as I was listening, and for me, it didn't prove that man was hit by a car. I don't know what was going on. I got to step into the live for a little bit while we were having breakfast because she graduated at like 9. It was over at like 9:40. It was done. So that's an issue for me as well. I don't think the Commonwealth, we are on day 20. We still don't know if the man was hit by a car. I don't think that's good. Show me that John O'Keefe still, yeah. I agree. I agree, Marys. I agree. Good morning to everyone that is joining. LaJoya, let me tell you what was hilarious to me. Now, I wasn't sure because I know Oprah went back to TSU. I wasn't sure if she graduated, if she ended up graduating, but I was driving yesterday, like, I think Oprah has her degree. I think Oprah has her degree. Don't say that, kids. Good morning, everybody. Where is the trigger for when she hit John O'Keefe's car? So, Shayla, since court is not open Thursday, I think Thursday I'll rewatch everything because I keep seeing that same question. I keep seeing that question on X on if where is John O'Keefe, the trigger from her hitting John O'Keefe's car. I think that's a problem too. But the defense did not bring that one up. I don't recall them bringing it up from the stuff I saw. Keep in mind, I watch clips. So I don't know, guys. And again, I don't think, court is a half day on Thursday. Friday is over. Sorry. I don't think, well, Jackson, we can watch it. We can watch it Thursday after court is over. It's a half day on Thursday, no court at all on Friday. We're supposed to watch Trooper Proctor. I've been out of town, so I'll call Miss J and we'll make sure we get that together. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. We can do it on Thursday, y'all, after they end court because it's a half day, so they'll be done by 12. But I'm still not moved. And Monday, no court. When is that? Oh, the holiday. That's not the holiday. That's not even a holiday, y'all. What's going on? That's not even the holiday. I wonder why they're out. Because then we have the holiday coming up too. Well, here's the thing, y'all, that I think after and I would love to see what Mr. Welcher does, but after Burgess took the stand, I am still not convinced that man was hit by a car. It's not Memorial Day Monday? Girl, hold up. Let me look at the calendar. Girl, Monday is the 26th. I don't know. I'm oh my God. Memorial Day is Monday. Lord Jesus. I got stuff to do oh my God. I'm glad my auntie not trying to have me cook on Monday. I didn't know, y'all. I didn't know it was Monday. I think I was thinking of the date, the 28th, and I'm like, well, it's the 21st. Oh my God. Y'all, where is time going for me? May is almost over. Well, good thing I don't have to cook because, baby, I sure don't have any Memorial Day groceries. Not unless they want to drink smoothies. Unless they want to drink smoothies. I'm happy I don't have to cook. Wow. She said rent due next week. No, I'm not cooking, Erica. We're going to my aunt's house. My niece, we were just talking about it because some of my family is coming in town. Good morning, Debbie. Girl, I don't have to cook it all, guys. Where is Deb this morning? Oh. Good morning, everybody. Y'all, I still can't believe it's this Monday. So, I mean, oh my God. I might need to go get my child early. I have to go back to Memphis to get LJ because he had to finish school. So I have to go get him. But I need to get him earlier now that Memorial Day is Monday. I did not know that. I told y'all just get up and go with the day. I get up and go with the day. Okay? I'm sorry. I go with the day. The one constant in my life that I can tell you about is I'm going to be on this live at 8:45. That's the one thing. Girl, that's the one thing. To come They told her to come in later. Why? Key, I'm gonna have to do better because I do just go with the day. I go with what the day, whatever the day brings me, it brings me. I get up and that's it. Outside of this live, this the one constant. If you know me, oh, she's probably on her live at 8:45. Outside of that, you know, we're working on it. Good morning, everybody that's joining. Emily, I don't know if it's gonna be July, but I think they still may hit the 6 to 8 week mark. I mean, that's down from 8 to 10 because some people say Brendan is going to rest next week. Missy, no, not on purpose. I am not a go with the wind person on purpose. Okay, I don't desire to live my life like this. It's a little stressful because you can't remember what you have going on because you don't plan for anything. But it'll get better. It'll get better. Yes, Destin. Important days will be great because I was talking to my niece this morning when I was fixing, making her breakfast, and I said, "Oh, Memorial Day next week, we're gonna go to Auntie's house, and we're gonna have your cousins will be in town." I didn't think to say this weekend because I didn't know, and it did match. Nicola, I think too with Shannon saying that he chose to use well, this is what the lawyer said. I didn't watch it. Shannon chose to use the triggering events versus the phone calls to sync everything up. I don't know how that works. So I've got to watch it to see what he was saying. But for me, I don't trust Shannon. I don't trust him. He had errors in his paperwork. So you think about a colleague. If you are on a team and your colleague always makes errors, you are going to always feel the need to go behind them, or you're not going to take what they say at face value. You won't do it because they have proven to you, they have a proven track record of making errors. Same way I feel with Shannon. Hey, MH girl, I'm back, girl. I am back. I was at the graduation. Like, I didn't even watch any of court until we sat down. She said SB not chosen. Good morning, everyone. Oh, we got some movement. Please like the live as you guys come in. And good morning to everyone that is joining the live. Thank you guys for being here. Please hit the X in the corner. Like the live. Of course, that helps me stay in YouTube's algorithm. So I appreciate it. It looks like we got some movement. Welcher is coming today, Forrest. Hold on just a second. Now, my niece in here being messy. Her mother told us the graduation started at 9:30. I had an issue getting LJ, so I got home. Her dad, they left, right? I was late to the graduation. She just walked over here and said, "Hey, did you see me walk in with my friends during my graduation?" I said, "Were you looking for me or something?" She said, "Mm-hmm." Now, it's too early. It is too early for that. Let's focus on today. Let's not worry about yesterday. Okay. Y'all told her. I was like, I'm going to be out in the crowd. I'm going to be like, that's my niece. I told her I was going to do this dance, everything. We get in the car. She said, you didn't do that dance. I said, now I know you didn't think I was going to get in there and start doing a dance in the middle of your graduation. Lord, she won't cut us off, y'all. She won't cut us off. You might hear her talk, but she won't cut us off. Baby, that girl, baby, she walked over here so sweet. She said, "Did you see me and my friends walk in yesterday?" at my graduation? I said, I did. And you looking for me? She said, mm-hmm. That is just that. And it was the cutest thing. It was really cute. I didn't get to see them singing songs. I mean, those people started on time. They were done. And I swear not when I got there, girl, the kids was standing facing the wall to walk to do their little exit. I said, what the hell?
No, we were walking out.
I know, that's when I got there. Child, she's listening.
Oh.
She is her daddy's child. She early this morning. Hold up, y'all. Somebody just said something I needed to check. Hey, Jink. Somebody just said something I needed to check real quick. I don't remember what it was. Gwen, I did. I went to Google. I went to Google, and when I went to Google, I saw that Alan Jackson had replied, but I don't know if that was Alan Jackson. I don't know if that was Alan Jackson, but I saw it the very first day because someone put it on X. And when they put it on X, I was like, AJ? Not AJ being messy. If y'all don't mind, y'all might hear because she definitely giggling, laughing. I think so too, Alice. I was like, it had the emojis. That's what threw me off. It was the emojis. Hey, Dave, good morning. Good morning. They did a remix of Where Them Fans At. Brianna, please send me the video. Yeah, I don't think it was him either, but it was funny because it did make me stop. Y'all, I don't even know where the likes at. It's almost 300 of us in the live. Please take a second and like the live, please. Y'all, do you think something is going on? Because it's almost 9:30. Now, I can tell you now, Bev is going to get up there and say, guys, I'm so sorry about us being late this morning. The lawyers and I, we had a few things to discuss. As you know, we try to discuss before court so we don't have a lot of sidebars. So we try to get stuff done so that this can move smoothly for you guys. But no, don't fret. Don't fret. We are still on schedule. Even with our 2 days off coming up, we are on schedule, guys. Things are going to be great. Okay? Now, let me ask you those 3 questions. Bev will have something for us. She'll have something for us today. I'm quite sure she'll have a little spiel for us about why they're late. Because at this point, it's almost 9:30. You know what, your fave. Let me tell you what has pissed me off. What pissed me off is I wonder why nobody was talking to me. I wonder why nobody was talking to me. Child, I'm sitting here looking at the chat, wondering why no one's talking back to me. I'm like, damn. I was like, damn, what's going on? Whole time chat gone. Y'all know I hate talking to myself. Like the live. She said, I can't see the chat on YouTube for some reason. Child, they done cut the chat off, friend. They cut the chat off. I mean, I thought my Bev impression was pretty good. I thought it was pretty damn good. I thought that Bev impression was pretty good, okay? Pretty spot on. I didn't see anybody say a word in the chat. I said, what the hell is going on? I said, damn. You know, like, I'm not a comedian, but you wanna have a good time with your people. I said, damn, that one fell flat. I said, that fell flat. Okay. Whole time my chat off. Whole time the chat is working against me. The chat is working against me. Oh, man. It's working against me. It is working against me, baby. Y'all my biggest ops. Okay? By ops, I mean overly positive pals. Okay? My biggest ops gotta be this chat. Gotta be the mods. Gotta be the mods. Got to be. Oh my God, what's wrong with the daddy? He cold in there today? Hold on, guys. Oh, I didn't know what was going on too pretty. That fan got to be turning that man up today. And shout out to everybody that's on Twitch right now. Oh God, y'all, they've been eating Peggy up for rolling her eyes at Karen. Oh, they've been eating Peggy up on there. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let me look at my YouTube because I need y'all to talk to me. It's 300 of us. Can we get to 250? I'm gonna have to go ahead and take an IT class. I'm gonna have to take the YouTube IT class so that I can learn how to cut this chat on. Lord, this is the wrong one. That's not mine.
All right, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, here we go. She said, I really like the live. I can't like no more. Thank you, Chief, for liking the live. Y'all, if Dr. Vulture comes today, I think Forrest was saying Dr. Welcher may come today. Look at Hank. Hank is despicable. I just do not care for Hank.
All right, to the court, jury's entry.
I do not care for Hank. Your fave. Shout out to everybody who has Twitch. I can't wait. We're gonna have some Twitch parties. I can't wait. Oh,
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So the process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take the cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we no filming All right, send it out and then we'll bring it back. Thank you very much.
Put my chat on.
Now I'll see counsel.
Put my damn chat back on because we got cut the chat back on. I got the chat. What in the hell is going on? What the chat on YouTube? We coming back because we hold on, y'all. What the hell is okay? Yeah, we got to go to X too. We've got to see what they're talking about on X. Okay, y'all was watching yesterday. Can't nobody tell me what the hell happened. Hey, everybody. Yes, okay. All right, the chat's back up. Let's go back. Y'all, didn't we say, what did I say? I said, damn, I wonder what's going on. It's almost 9:30. I said, what's going on? It's almost 9:30. Okay, hold up.
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear no filming. All right, send it out and we'll bring it back. Thank you very much.
Talk to the right, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Maybe when we get off, you can fan it all day. My niece done found the fan, y'all. She has found the... Shameen, maybe. Y'all, let's see. Hey, Kat. Shout out to Kat in the chat. How are you, Kat? Oh, my. Look at KT comment. Girl, they coming by so fast, K. Mel, look, I hate when y'all say Mel. Look what I said above. Y'all know why I hate it. Babe, by the time I see it, it's 200 chat. I mean, comments. Oh, I got it. Let me go find him. I think is that the, okay. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna go look at the tweets. Kay says that, damn, what's his name? John. Dude, I think this is the man that they were saying, John, yes, this is the man. I don't think people really like him. Why? Okay. Yep. What I do to this man? What did I do to this man? Baby, what I do to him? I'm trying to see what's tea. This man, John DePetro, has blocked me. What I do to that man? Damn, somebody get John on the line and tell him let's talk about it. I did, you know what? John, I did see, I see a lot of bullshit you post. So it's cool you blocked me because I would have blocked you even. And let me block this bitch back. Oh, I'm sorry. He done made me call. Let me block him back. Since we want to play block games. Now, John, you are now blocked. He don't block me. Forrest, what's his tea? Because why would he? But I will say, y'all, a lot of people hate my page. and I don't even have a picture on my page. Well, I think now they know I'm a real person, but they thought I was a bot, especially during that first trial. They've said that I'm being paid by the defense, all types of crazy stuff. Paris, not Keisha Cole done blocked you. Paris, what the hell you say about Keisha Cole? Was it recent? I don't know of a celebrity blocking me. I do talk. I mean, I primarily talk about trials, but and I'm not real big on like saying super mean stuff. Now, who may have me blocked is Robert Griffin III, because I've been enjoying the ass whooping he's getting on Twitter. He might have me blocked. Shannon, thank you, Shannon. Because while he's blocking me, there are plenty of people who can go to your page and tell me what you're saying, star. Benzino, sugar, that is odd as hell. Why the hell would Benzino block you? Who blocked you, Nene? Shameen, see, I didn't want to say it, but that's what I was thinking. Now, Ash lives in Birmingham. Ricky probably said, this too close to home and them blocked. What? Let's see Turtle Boy Heather. Let's see what's going on. I can't believe that man blocked me. I should have took a screenshot of it so I can. Never mind. I'm not gonna be that messy. It's okay. She said she been blocked. Y'all, why y'all? They eat RG3 up and I love it. But y'all, what y'all be saying about these people? I think I know. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Lord, I feel like when you send them kids to Granny House. Good morning, everybody. Let's see what Turtle Boy says. He doesn't have me blocked. He said, Karen Reed trial day 20 starts off with more shenanigans and scandals. Each juror is being brought up individually to be questioned by Auntie Bev. No idea what this is about. Rigging the jury is the only way Hank Brennan can avoid an acquittal. Do y'all think that's what's going on? Thank you, Bridget. That's so sad. Somebody sent y'all some screenshots. That's crazy. Y'all, my little niece been eating her photo shoots up. I don't know if you guys saw them. Okay, Bridget, let's see what you sent me. Thank you, Bridget. I don't, pretty. I probably should get one. Okay, so let's see what this man was saying. Okay, let me see. She sent me 2 screenshots. 2 minutes ago, he said, wow, day 20. Judge wants to speak to each juror. Okay. He says, remarkable coincidence that the people who beat and took the life of John O'Keefe inside the house placed him at the exact location where Karen Reed's Lexus backed up at 24 miles an hour. I'm starting to see that now. Okay, y'all, let's see what he said yesterday. A powerful witness with no resume or LinkedIn page was niece John O'Keefe. The niece of John O'Keefe, who testified, Karen told her that morning at 4:30 a.m., maybe I hit him, maybe John was hit by a plow. He said, in my opinion, 1/3 of the jury are not college graduates. 50% are not on LinkedIn. How the hell does he know that? He has no idea what the defense is talking about, so he clearly thinks Karen is guilty. Then he said this was the takeaway from Monday in court. Shannon Burgess told jurors Monday that Reed's SUV made a backing maneuver that ended around the same time John O'Keefe's phone logged its last movement. I feel like it's amazing during this trial how we hear the same things and everybody sees something different. So I guess, Missy, I guess I need a little spam page. I think that might be my first time seeing this. Well, no, it's not. During the Karen Reed universe, a lot of people put bullshit under my post, and I'll go respond, and then I'll see them blocked. So that gave me the courage to just start blocking people. I thought it was mean. It was like, girl, I just delete their comments. But girl, now I just block them. You get under my post, you call me stupid, blocked. Oh my God, are you dumb? No, but you're blocked. Like, I do it now. So yeah. He's the one who took the picture of the jurors. I love using block, Diddy. I'm not going to argue with you, especially when there's too many people that I can have genuine conversations with. Why would I take time to argue with you? So the moment someone goes on my post and they say I'm stupid, I'm dumb, this is ignorant, I'm just going to block you. Yes, I'm going to block you. Hold on, let me see this tea. Good morning.
What you done got me into?
Friend, what's going on?
Well, they told me to go check out Sue McConnell on X, who's there.
What'd she say?
And she said you normally, I guess, can leave their laptops and stuff during recesses. They tell them to take all electronic devices and kick them completely off the floor. So they're not even allowed on the second floor where the trial is.
Do y'all hear that?
So I'm following her on X now. You know, I barely know how to work this damn X.
Well, I went to go follow went to go look at someone's tweets and discovered that he has me blocked. So I said, damn, what I do to him? What I do to you? He has me blocked. Probably was in his feed too much. But y'all, they made them leave the entire floor.
They had to take everything. Don't leave your laptop. Don't leave nothing. So, what?
Okay, let's do it. Let's do this for Jay Sayers too. Good morning, Jay Sayers. Let's do something quick. 1 for mistrial, 2 for foolishness. What are y'all thinking? 1 mistrial type shit, 2 foolishness.
Somebody at the door.
No, you're not.
I just heard something like this.
I'm right here. In
What y'all think?
your bar. Yep.
They all said 1 for mistrial, 2 for foolishness.
Y'all think? Well, my chat looks like it's 2s coming in the chat.
I'm seeing both.
I didn't do my good mornings. I didn't do good morning, so I'm seeing y'all names, and I just want to holler out, good morning, Tasha. Good morning, Tasha, with a heart. I mean, with a flower. Ooh, Sleepy says 1 and she said 1 and 2. Foolishness causes mistrial.
I'm about to say the two then the 1. That's all you're ready to say. Some foolishness, and it might mess around. Now I think somebody finna get dismissed.
You think a jury's about to be gone?
And they're trying to get to the bottom of
Alice.
it. This is gonna sound so bad, but this reminds me of high school when I was on the dance team. There was like this whole big contract you had to sign, and part of it was back then we ain't had that much social media. It was he say, she say. So it was like basically the coach was like, she don't do no he say, she say. So if that happened on the team, everybody that perpetuated it is gone. She kicking 6 of y'all.
I know that's right.
So this reminds me of that time some he say, she say happened, and she was like, you said it to her, and you said it to her, and you repeated it. All 4 of y'all gone, and that was just the end of it. So it was like a minute to figure out who was all involved or touched by it, and it got rid. It just seemed like that type of dumbness.
You know what, Amanda? So Amanda says, I definitely think it's rumors of jurors. Don't waste that, Kylie. Rumors of jurors talking about the CW's BS. Now, here's the thing. Amanda, there may be some truth to that. What if another juror overheard other jurors talking about Shannon and how bad he was? And oh my God, can you believe him? Something like that.
A jury, not a jury. Listen, I think that I said that a couple days ago. I think they got a Miss J on the jury. When she made that statement about when you make comments and you
Right.
it distracts other people. Because it's somebody there that's going, oh.
That was a couple days ago.
Yeah, that was
Oh, I love your shirt. That's so cute. That's so cute. That was a couple of days ago. Oh, the mug is so cute. So that could, all of this could be related.
I think so. I think she thought she fixed it by addressing it. But I said that a couple of days ago. I felt like she was preaching to the choir, because why on God's green earth would you say like, oh, everybody, blah, blah, blah. If somebody came and told you that one person was being distracted, having comments, blah, 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 I hate that. Talk to that person. Don't talk to me if I wasn't the one doing it. Like, everybody know who it was, just talk to that person. So I said it a couple of days. Here we go with preaching to the choir. You know who the fuck did it. You know who said, you know who told. Just speak to that person. But she said it to everybody. So I don't know if that was just a way of letting the entire courtroom know
or is
that
it really
happened, so that it ain't a case of, oh, you told them but not me, or you said something to them and we didn't know about it. That was the only way I could come up with, because that was stupid. That's like telling kids to be nice when somebody's presenting in class.
I genuinely wish I was a fly on the bench right now. What are you asking them?
What are you?
And why is it always some in this case every day?
What the hell are you saying? Why I can't be on the floor?
Why they can't even be? I think it must be bad. And who brought it up? Is it the defense, or is it Hanky?
Point, is it bad, or is it what it should have been? Because at this point, I'd have had a lot of shit to say about that bang too. And then you gonna have me sit through that bang and then turn around and here you come with the glass.
I gotta go watch your videos about him, T.
Especially if I was hungry.
I gotta go watch the videos about him, because I saw yesterday he had the same damn suit on. I said, oh, he didn't expect to be there this long.
And then yesterday, I said all the hair betrayed him yesterday. Because see, the first day he did that yarmulke thing with it.
And that's what it looked like.
Trying to touch it.
That's what it looked like.
But yesterday, that didn't work.
Yes, Ash. Ash said, I think this, she said, this is almost worse than YSL. It's starting to feel like it.
It's starting to get that crazy. It's starting to get that crazy.
I think so.
And you know what? I quoted Whitaker this morning, because somebody said, why is the Commonwealth so confident? I said, in the words of the Honorable Judge Whitaker, I think they think
they're winning.
What else can we call this? What if someone on the jury had a claim, or their family had a claim denied because of aperture?
I doubt that. I doubt that, but that's a. I mean, okay, here we go. Let's play a game. Jay Sayers, the chat. Let's play a game. I want to say wrong answers only. Yes, wrong answers only. What's going? Why are they polling the jurors?
They want to know who blocked you.
Who blocked me? His name is Peter something. It's Peter. What's his name, y'all? The man who blocked me.
Pete the Freak.
Pete the Freak is crazy.
It blocked it. They said Big Bang Bev still out here denying that she rented her house to Julie Nagel.
To see if anyone is hungry. That's hilarious. They taking lunch order. They want Bev's hair care routine.
This is straight up unmelanated folk foolishness. But other thing is, it's a small town too. So I'm wondering, because it's such a small town, would it be somebody that's connected in a way? They done figured it out.
It could be.
I'm thinking it's such a small town. What if somebody people is connected to this? Some kind of
She said, Bev. Auntie Bev got a huge wedgie, needs help from the cow to get it out. Y'all are hilarious. One of the jurors done fell in love with the Big Bang. I know.
They said when they left from sidebar, they noticed someone in the jury box doing something. Karen pointed on.
One of the jurors got Chloe.
Okay, so they said there's a reporter that's on the phone talking talking to TV.
Okay.
And they said that when they left from sidebar, they noticed somebody in the jury box doing something. Karen pointed it out, and this is why she is talking to the jury now.
What the hell could they have been
What
doing?
And what did Karen catch? I'll be catching shit too, Karen, because that's your life. You better watch them. You better watch.
Hold up. They said we were told to leave and they had to take all electronic devices. Okay. We are not allowed on the second floor where the courtroom is. One of the jurors found Hank on Grindr.
I'm about to say.
The court reporter left some on top of the stove.
Listen, because at this point, I'm thinking that Bane got an OnlyFans.
Oh my God, he's gonna need one. He's gonna need one because he won't have a job. You want me?
You gotta do something strange.
What's wrong?
You could have made something last night.
Your daddy at work.
Go back to the stream before the judge kicked us out.
Bev had a baby as a teenager. One of the jurors is her long lost child. Baby. They found out Hank on that powder.
Hank gotta be on some mess.
They said jury tells Bev no more D&E pizza. Y'all, let me tell you something. I can't imagine Hank being no cheese. Oh my God. Yeah, this is too much. Let me see if I see anything on X. Y'all have some great imaginations. I would have loved y'all as kids too. Because that's, you need your imagination.
Well, Kimberly, law and crime keeps glitching sometimes while we watch. I'll just pick whichever one.
That's what I have to do too. Okay, y'all. Okay, the lawyer says this can only mean one of a few things. Most likely that something has come to the attention of the lawyers or the judge that a juror has said or done that may cause one or more jurors to be excused. Everyone remember the movie Juror Number 2.
But for some reason, law and crime's dang on feed keeps.
It's freezing. I thought it was my Wi-Fi the whole time. It's law and crime.
It's law and crime. They keep freezing in the middle of the trial, and then we get stuck, and then we miss stuff.
Hold up.
I'm not gonna say I care for these folks too much either, because I don't know if any of y'all watched the Black Swan murder trial. It's been a little bit, where it was a lady that used to be the ballerina, and she was in a custody battle with her ex-husband, and she claimed he came over to help her move out of town when she wasn't even really supposed to be moving out of town.
Yeah.
And somehow he ended up unalived in the house that they was moving.
Somebody said, Crystal said she watched it. Crystal said she's seen what you're talking about.
That lady wore like 2 French braids to the back and then had it tucked into a ballerina bun. Like, she looked like a ballerina. And Julie Gant got up one morning and just went on a complete rant about how braids were disrespectful to the decorum of any courtroom. And I really hadn't watched since then, because I had reached out to Julie Gant.
You what?
I reached out.
They said what?
What exactly what you would have thought I would have said, because exactly what do you mean is disrespectful?
Oh my God. Shataka, it's a break. It's a break. They said one of the jurors no proctor. Y'all know what? I went and bought.
I mean, I wouldn't put that past anybody, because for the simple fact that it's a small town. So I'm thinking maybe somebody is connected to somebody, because I don't. When you're in a small town, or even when it's a big city, but you're in a portion of it that's more like a small town, you don't really have to skip over 2 people to know somebody. Like, I may not know Mel, but I know somebody who knows Mel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to go no further than that. So I imagine in Canton, it don't go no further. If you don't know the person, you heard of them, or you know somebody that knows them, that's it. That's as far as it goes. So I wouldn't be surprised if a juror has done or said something, or has been around somebody,
Yeah.
and then they find out that's Proctor's cousin, or they niece, or something like that. I would not be surprised.
They said Proctor wore a free Karen t-shirt outside the courthouse. And so
that's what he needs
T
right
said, Miss J, Julie did the same thing to the mom who tortured and killed her son too. I stopped watching then. They said Peggy was caught drinking a White Claw with the jury.
Yeah, so guys, this is all she said.
They swiped right on Higgins. What if the jurors overheard talking in the water? Hold up.
Was seen in there and ain't supposed to go to no city. But think about it. If it's only a few places to eat in a small town, you're not supposed to go to anywhere that's part of this case, and then you go to the waterfall and grab something to eat. Like,
wait, I thought Danielle was lying. Someone said, I don't know how true this is. Supposedly, a pro-Karen Reed juror woman was supposedly overheard talking about trial in the freaking waterfall. Are you dumb? Okay, y'all. Is it back? Is it back?
No, it's not back. Somebody wanted to see this part again. So
oh, okay. I was like, oh, damn, I heard that. What? 3 jurors. Not 3 jurors been to the Diddy freakouts. Who knew the cases would overlap? Just in. Juror 62, still drunk after his mixtape release party with Ice and not 50 Tyson. Child, I just don't get this. But I'm gonna say this. One thing YSL has taught me is not to get my hopes up for a mistrial with prejudice. So I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute while y'all watching it. I have learned, don't think that it's gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I wish that this, something good would happen, but it won't. And I bet you that's why they have 18 jurors. So we lose one juror, it's okay. We've got 17 more. We've got 17 more jurors. It is always something in this damn case. Every day. We had that one boring day of court when they had all of the forensics people. Yeah, it was what happened? We had that one juror. Is this wait a minute, I ain't even checked my Twitch. Y'all still on Twitch? Someone stole Bev's Diet Coke. Yeah, I hate when stuff like this happens because we're just speculating.
So maybe she was talking about where they sit. Maybe they sit in the same seat every day or something. Maybe Bev gonna come back. No. Too Pretty is over there on Twitch. Bev is going to come back. And when she comes back, she's just going to be like, Mr. Brennan, your next witness. And that's what's going to piss me off. We never get an update as to what may or may not happen.
And that's what pisses me off. I want to know what's going on.
So that's it.
I want to know what's going on. They said in the last one, they got rid of a pro-Karen Reed juror. But here's my thing, though, that bothers me. In the words of the Honorable Paige Reese Whitaker, she says that when you start a trial, you have no bias, right? But as trial progresses, you do form a bias. We're 20 days in. We still don't know how that man got hit by a car. We still don't know how that man got hit by a car. If she come back at the end of the day, she said Bev forgot to get her blowout. She tired of y'all talking about her bang and probably her dry hair. Brianna said, I don't know. When the YSL media was kicked out, plea deals were given.
break.
Oh my God. Yeah. But you know what she'll do? She'll come back and then give them people another break. Yeah, no bias to start. Exactly. OMG.
She'll come back and say, you know what?
I think
We are
right at lunchtime.
let's take a break.
You know how she likes to do her head. She'll go, it's a good time for lunch, George. So we're gonna go ahead.
Oh my God. Now if she mess around and say we still on time, I'm gonna have.
I don't know how we could still be on time right now. What?
I feel she gonna say we on time because she kept saying we was ahead of time.
Boston reported an armed suspect. Yeah, the Commonwealth is about to rest. Breon, it makes sense to form an opinion at this point. Y'all, this is too much. Okay, let's see if anything else has come on X. Let me see. Because X is going crazy right now.
I bet. Let's see how he acts. Because yesterday he told me he was done with school.
Bridget, get him. Get him.
You said Bev is gaslighting.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, you know, she good for some mess like that.
Okay. Hold on. Aiden said, not Aiden. Turtle Boy said, did that man commit jury tampering? This is very concerning. How does John DePetro, a propagandist for Hank Brennan, know about these people, know about personal details of every juror? Let me share that since he got me blocked. Let's share it. Hey, existence.
Not blocked. Never blocking folks.
Baby.
What's going on?
Okay, let's see. She said she's going to say we're on time because she's going to cut off the defense as usual. Yep. I think he's a reporter in the courtroom. Just saying. Key said, I knew the waterfall was involved.
My thing is, how can it not be? You got a small town and a couple of places where everybody go, and now because you a juror, you can't go. Somebody probably didn't order some food thinking, oh my eye. They ordered some food thinking that they could, and went in there and picked it up, and somebody saw them and said they was a juror or something.
So, but do you think whatever it is, do you think we are about to get? Do you feel a mistrial coming, or do you think it's just going to be an excuse juror?
Well, I think they're just going to excuse the juror.
Okay.
At most, I think they're trying to get to the bottom of it to see what they may or may not do, but it's kind of tactics.
Hey, Express. Excuse juror. Okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get to the bottom of it to see how bad it is. But if it is bad, I think it's not to result in a dismissal of the juror.
Dang, man, this is just crazy. Okay, so everybody agrees that somebody's about to be kicked off this case.
Yeah.
Now let me ask this, guys.
What happened is a dang on my eye was itching. Is a dang on mistrial. So
my next question is, knowing what happened last trial and how there were jurors dismissed and the defense was really upset about it, are they gonna cause some issues? Are they gonna raise some hell if a juror who was in their favor is kicked off this jury?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Somebody said, I can't understand why this jury isn't sequestered. I don't think that works well for the for the prosecution, because if I'm stuck somewhere, like I'm the one locked up, and it's because you decided to try this case, I'm probably going to blame you for everything. Every time I want to go home, every time I can't get to my stuff, my robe, my bed, my pillow, I'm going to blame Hank.
And remember, some of the OJ jurors talked about how they were going crazy being sequestered.
Yeah, and then some people could blame Karen for being sequestered. This is your problem. So somebody's going to get blamed keeping me away from, because I don't care what it is. After I've been out of town for about 3-4 days, I miss my bed. Like, I want to go home. So, or anything at all about the OJ case, I don't think they'll ever sequester a jury unless they absolutely have to. Because the way those people had to resort to being treated, they were treated worse than OJ was.
That's what they said, and they talked. They didn't have anything nice to say about what happened to them. So
at all, and I think they that's how you can have a 6-7 month trial, or how long was it? 8 months long, and they go in there and deliberate for about 3 hours.
Well, since I have something that's on my mind, I know we'll get into more detail, but how did you guys feel hearing yesterday, or if you heard, about Diddy extorting Cassie's parents? I just thought that was crazy. Not a multi-millionaire asking me for $20,000.
Because he knew it would break him.
$20,000, and then didn't take the money. I think he just wanted to see if they do it. Had that lady do all of that, go get a loan, all of this, just for you to give it back.
It was just
that is psychotic.
And everything else. I wish you would go do all that. Now I got loan payments and everything else.
That is psychotic. Jessica, I felt the same way with YSL. And I don't care how many interviews those jurors give and say, oh, we weren't talking about the case. I'm never gonna believe them. Never going to believe them. That's a long, very long case. Very long case.
It looks like her parents tried to step in and help her when he said he would allegedly release a tape of her.
Yeah.
And he told her parents that he wanted $20,000 not to release it. And her parents went and did everything they could, loans and all, to come up with this $20,000 and wired it to him. And as she said, in like 4 or 5 days, it was wired back.
Gave it right back.
Gave it back.
I said, that is crazy.
You said Diddy tried to subpoena Cassie again. Just leave her alone.
They're trying to subpoena her again?
Because there's only one other thing that's left for Cassie to do, and that's write a book.
I do say, because y'all know I think Diddy's the scum of the earth, but when I'm watching this case, I'm looking at both sides. Miss Westmoreland ate down the other day. Miss Westmoreland, she did a great job. And even though I can't hear, listening to her on YSL, knowing how little she is, I just know they were shocked. And I just know that little okay she put after the end of that, I know it was like, okay. Like, she did a great job. Westmoreland did a great job.
Well, I feel like anybody that's involved in it is going to look like that, to be honest, because at some point you had to concede to what he was doing in order to survive your contract or whatever you were in. Now, you look real crazy. And the crazy part is with Dawn, she's going to look crazy.
Of course she is.
She's going to look crazy because, one, we all thought Dawn was a favorite, right? From watching her on her story from coming out of Katrina, going on to, what was it called? Making the Band, getting picked there. And then even after he broke up the group, it seemed like he went back and got Dawn.
Yep.
And did what he did with the Diddy Dirty Money. So it seemed like Dawn was a favorite. So to hear that she wasn't. But the other thing is, I
think she was a favorite.
I
think she wasn't exempt for him from his craziness, you know?
Well, I believe what she's suing for. A hospital work environment.
I do too.
I believe it. And people can't say, Diddy didn't do this or working for him wasn't that. I believe she didn't get no sleep. We watched them kids walk across New York, across the bridge to get cheesecake. We watched him wake them up in the middle of the night and make them sing for their lives. We watched them. Like,
that was just,
do that on
TV. It was psychotic.
It was psychotic, but if that was TV, what does he do when there's no cameras? So hostile work environment, I believe that. I believe that with my entire heart. But that Kalina, that's where Dawn messed up. That's where Dawn messed up.
Baby, her putting that video out like she was being held hostage told me all I needed to know.
I'm gonna tell you what, and I do not take lightly to this. I do not mean to offend anybody, but there was a time where Kalina attempted to do Love and Hip Hop.
Really? I don't remember that.
Love and Hip Hop, and everything that she did, you can tell that she was struggling. You can tell that, you know, things weren't going right. You can tell that she was absolutely in a situation. And she did a lot of things that seemed a bit off. And when she started to get called out for the things, like all at the same time where different people are noticing that she's doing different things, she claimed postpartum. And I hated that because postpartum is very real.
Yes, it is.
But I felt like part of what she was doing was really her.
T said she remembers, and she cried the whole time.
Yeah, and it was like, but I felt like part of it was really her. And that's how she really acts, and that's how she really carries herself. Fast forward, she's still acting like that. The kid is damn near grown. She's not with the husband no more. She done lost the kids. Can't get them back. And so then when she needs money to get her kids back, all of a sudden, now Diddy's reaching out to her, which is, of course, why he didn't get his bond, because he was reaching out to Kalina.
And she responded. She responded.
No, but she was reaching out for him. But the thing is, at that moment, you needed your kid. You needed your kids back. You couldn't get your kids back because you had no money. So you were doing it for money, but she took it a step further and went and did all these different interviews saying that, oh, Cassie was the fun girl. You know, the one that walked
just lied.
Lap dances.
Just
she was
lied.
So fun. She really didn't. So you just making it seem like she was just out here, like you didn't see anything. When Dawn is saying we were right there together. It was right there. It's just we couldn't do anything about it. But you out here would actually throw Cassie further under the bus, like she's not gonna look crazy anyway for going back for 10 years. And you gonna throw her under the bus when she's already got the bus rolling herself over with it.
Oh, and question. Oh, and two guys, I'm gonna have to look it up, but I forgot that under the RICO statute there are all these different acts that they say you have to prove 2 predicate acts. I think that's what it was, 2 predicate acts. So we have the assault. I think like X trafficking is one. There like 5 different. You have to prove 2 out of the 5. And so we know they've proven assault. They have proven assault without a shadow of doubt. But they have other predicate acts, which is why they're asking certain questions. For sure, but that's my personal opinion. I don't believe Farnsworth Bentley stole anything. Well, let's talk about that. I was just thinking about that. Thinking about the fact that the young man, David James said they made him take at least 2 lie detector tests because things came up missing. I was like, and then they would go and think about it. This man, someone retired law enforcement in this big building doing lie detector tests. This man just had everything at his disposal. Everything.
Well, this is my thing.
Oh, arson is one.
With a couple of people. I've seen it happen with a couple of people. And I'm going to say from Diddy all the way down to K. Michelle. Like whatever type of celebrity you want to look at, whether it's a smaller celebrity or a larger celebrity. Think about this. You can blackball somebody in the music industry, right? You can say, don't work with them. I won't work with you. I won't do this. I won't do that. We saw Diddy do it all the time with Misa Hilton. If they was on good terms, she could style everybody. If they wasn't on good terms, she couldn't even pay her mortgage, right? Nobody would come near her. I'm a personal assistant. I have access to your calendar, your home, your garage, your alarm code. I'm picking out clothes for you. I know what meetings you have. I know where you're going to be. I'm booking your hairstylist. I'm booking your dang on appointment with your eye doctor. I'm in your life. I'm running your life. I'm managing your day-to-day, basically. How do you blackball a personal assistant where nobody will touch him? Where you don't have to say over and over again, don't work with Mrs. J because she's XYZ. I had this experience with Miss J. How can you put that in one nutshell where nobody will touch me as a personal assistant? She steals. Who in their right mind would bring a person who steals into their personal life, period? I got to give you access to my car, my house, my kids, my man. Like, I'm not going to let you in my email where my bank statement might be. I'm not going to let. That's one way. And we watched it happen even with the young lady who was.
Ooh, Tracy, they don't want to talk about those 3 words. Forced fraud and coercion. They don't want to talk about those 3 words.
At all. But I'm just thinking,
Force.
so if Farnsworth really has all the information that we thinking he could have, how do you make people not listen to him?
Well, I don't know now because look at David James. David James, look at all he knew. Look at all he saw. He only worked there for 2 years.
And Farnsworth was there for how long? Carrying this man's umbrellas and stuff. You know something else was going on. You know something else is going on. And the thing is, honestly, at this point, Farnsworth is married to what's the one actress? He's married to an actress. They got kids. Would you want your name tied to this and all over the blogs for your kids to go to school and know that your dad was?
Key, you think so? Key said she think.
Or anything.
Key said, I don't know why everybody wants funds to come out and talk. I promise y'all ain't gonna like what he's got to say because it isn't what y'all think. You can't promise. How you know, friend? I don't know. I think he's gonna say more of the same as everybody else. I think that the government's thing is they have to prove the trafficking.
I would be more, regardless of what he says, I would believe Farnsworth before I would believe Dawn, who was with them all day, every day.
Mm-hmm. I think it's
I believe his so-called homie, your homie ain't with you every day.
Speaking to what Key said, I think it would be more of the same of what we heard, and then the jury has to decide the trafficking part. But some of the other predicate acts for RICO, I do think they have already proven.
Yeah, I think that's another big thing that people are probably missing. That I don't care if Dawn Richard said yesterday that Cassie was cooking eggs, and the day after that she was making a tuna fish sandwich, and the day after that she said she was making dinner. If what she proves is that she knew better than to go against Diddy because he would exact some sort of revenge, that's it. If she can say there was a security guard that would come and pick you up, that there was somebody that would call you to make sure you complied, that there was somebody that would pop up on you, that there was somebody that would, an assistant that would make sure you were where you were supposed to be, that there was a makeup artist that would make sure you looked better, that there was a doctor there that would make sure your nose wasn't all the way broke. Like,
hey, Yates, let me say this. I think this stuff happened 14, 15 years ago. They probably never thought they would get the opportunity to have a day in court. The one thing I'm going to say about Cassie's mama is mine. Let's take pictures because you never know when you're going to have to use these pictures or when you'll need this stuff. So you document everything. I wish Dawn had been keeping a journal or something when she was experiencing this stuff, because now you have to rely on your memory. Baby, the memory is faulty. The brain, it's faulty. If I could tell y'all the amount of times Mariah says, Mom, do you remember my friend from 6th grade? And I'm like, and then she loves to say, well, you took them home. You picked us up. I don't remember. So if you were to ask me, I can't even tell you all of my children's teachers from K through 5. I can't do it.
Listen,
can't do it. I can't do it. So I think the memory is faulty. Now when Dawn was saying, oh, I just remembered this. Now Key there.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I'm gonna give you that key because I feel like AJ. Oh, does the memory get better with time? It doesn't. So that right there, I was like, no.
The thing about it is, though, unfortunately, that will happen.
And and let me say this.
Unfortunately, that will happen because I just thought about it with my sister, and she went on a couple dates with somebody, and she asked if I remembered him, and I did, and I'm just like. It seemed like every time she'd tell me something or she was trying to plan it was her turn to plan a date night for them and I'm trying to help her come up with something. And it took me a minute to remember, oh, wait a minute. It seemed like every time I talked to her, I'm like, oh, wait, he's gay. I don't remember, I didn't commit all of that to memory. There's no memory bank dedicated to this person I haven't seen in 15 or 20 years. But as I see him or as he comes around, I remember his parents. Oh, I remember this back. You know what I mean? I start to remember things, but as she asked me all that at one time, I didn't remember a damn thing. I remember his name. I knew he cut hair, and I knew he cut my nephew's hair for a minute and my grandfather's. That's about it. I don't know.
Pretty, they gave Chris Brown bond. Those of you with your tickets for next month, looks like Chris Brown he'll be at your show. Now, I hope he gets done what he needs to get done now. But looks like Chris Brown will be at your show. He will be there.
Breezy can't catch a break, baby.
Well, I thought he was going to be, he was supposed to be there until June. They must have gone in there and kind of said, hey, he's got all these shows, everything. So
you're right about that. A friend.
I've heard that too. I've heard people say that as well.
I don't remember anything from until about 6th grade, which is crazy. And it's so bad that we had a mutual friend because we met in high school. We had a mutual friend that ran up to her one day and hugged her, and she just looked completely blank. And this is somebody who, 4th, 5th grade, in elementary school, they used to spend the night at each other's house. She literally did not remember her. Literally, and the girl was like, "You don't remember?" And she was like, "Kind of." But when we got alone, I'm like, "Do you not know her?"
Well, it's me with high school, child.
She went to and stuff like that. She truly did not remember her, and she truly does not remember her. I think now, all these years later, other things have come out, and it was absolutely trauma from all, and the reason why she doesn't remember elementary school, and she's currently in, she went to therapy and stuff like that, and it came out that I ended up learning that her father was a heavy drinker back then, and that's what caused her parents split. So, but she did not remember this girl, and it was just crazy. So it could be that they went through so much trauma. To be honest, I wouldn't even be able to see Johnson & Johnson without having a problem. I probably wouldn't go down to baby out. I wouldn't.
Poor kids. I said her kids, we know for sure she not putting that on her kids.
That Baby Magic, Aveeno, anything. Johnson & Johnson would be you don't buy nothing for the baby.
Wait a minute. Did any of you catch him say the stuff about Diddy bopping? I said, Lord, not Diddy bopping mean you are high out of your mind and you just catching a vibe. That's what he said in court yesterday. He said I was Diddy bopping. He said I was Diddy bopping. I said, so I could be wrong. So I'll ask the chat. Do you think that's what he was describing, like his experience or dance? Because I took it to mean that he was high and he was just vibing.
I don't think you ever could. There's nobody.
He said I was Diddy bopping. I said, is this real? The baby oil was, so Diddy had a thing during these freak offs. You had to be glistening. And they would warm this baby oil up. He had moments where he wanted the baby oil rubbed on. He would watch that. I thought it was a dance too, y'all. I thought it was a dance too.
Yeah, that's what I said. Do the Diddy bop.
I get that too, Nay. He said it felt like he was saying it was a vibe. I said,
yeah, the Diddy bop was a dance, but
well, we made it a dance, child. Diddy bop was actually being high on some drugs, on some drugs,
They
child.
probably did call it Diddy bopping when he was bopping around. And they probably did, because it seemed like he was out of his mind. The crazy thing to me, though, is hearing the testimony from the Homeland Security lady who took those pictures, and to know that all the way in 2024, when that man got arrested, he had warmed up baby oil.
Oh, in the hotel room. In the hotel room he was in.
The fact that
he said one monkey don't stop no show. They said they done turned the fan off. This might be serious. Tarina, for people who are just joining, we are right now just sitting around. We don't know what's going on with Karen Reed. There is a juror issue. She's having to interview each juror separately. Hold on, Megan just sent me something. Let's see what Megan sent. I still can't believe Alessia is 67, y'all. This is what she sent. I still don't believe this man is 67 years old. But let me tell y'all, when I listened to him yesterday, you know, older people, y'all know those candies older people like. Sometimes it's the red ones. Y'all know the candy you can buy from the store, but it's the kind of candy, if you were born in the 90s, your grandmama had in her purse. I listened to Alessi's cross. Alessi sound like he chewing on candy his whole cross. I said, Lord, that man must gotta keep the sugar together or something. He sounded like he chews on candy or something.
The sidebar is going to be very long, so they have to do a sidebar with each of the 18 jurors individually. So it's going to be quite a while. It's going to be quite a damn while.
Key, I guess he was going to have one last freak off. Yes. She said his lawyer said he came to do it. I think he was going to have one. He was going to go out with a bang.
I don't even think it was one.
The little strawberry ones. The strawberry ones. It's the strawberry. They red. Sometimes it's green. It's a yellow one. My grandfather was a preacher, and he used to have a whole lot of them on his desk.
Let me tell you something. This is what scares me. Biggie used to use the alias Frank White.
He did?
This man is running around calling himself
Frank Black.
Did Cassie really name her child Frankie?
Oh my God. I think one of them. Hold up, girl. Hold on. Don't say that. That's sick. Hold up.
The brainwashing it started with Biggie, okay?
I think I saw that, girl. I never thought about it that way.
When he said Frank Black, I'm like, Biggie used to call himself Frank White all the time. I just, I was a music person, but I'm just like, I thought that was sick to me when she said that she was calling him Frank Black. I'm like, you's a sick mother sucker.
I forgot their baby name Frankie.
Why he still mad? But I'm like, if he ran around calling himself Frank Black, he absolutely was all up in that thing. And we already know what the real situation was with Biggie any dang on way, and he was getting ready to leave Bad Boy anyway. So at that point, he was worth more to Puffy unalive than he was alive. But to start calling yourself Frank Black for all those years, that's why Miss Valletta wasn't feeling you.
Let me just say this, y'all. This is really deep because this is deep tea. I'm mad you told me that because I remember seeing the kids' names, but I don't keep up with her to have remembered their names today. I hate that you told me that.
But I'm like, Pop got a different name too. But the Frankie, if her child's name really is Frankie,
it is. That baby's name is Frankie. Oh, you didn't know for sure. But let me tell you, Cassie is a person. She's a victim.
Blame this on Mel. Blame this on Miss J. This is Miss J's own personal opinion. When I put all that together and saw that she still named her child Frankie when that name should absolutely trigger her, I do not think she is any less of a victim, but I do think she is so messed up that
no, she is. No, she is. No. I think with Cassie, I think we said this on the live. When Cassie's on that stand, you can tell she still very much loves that man. It's the sometimes I think we talked about it. It was weird sometimes weird to me because I'm not in the situation, not talking about her as a victim, but it was weird. And sometimes it was a little cringy how she would be looking at pictures and go, oh, she said, oh yeah, we had a good time there. Oh, that was early in the relationship. Things were good. Her responses, because I don't think she wanted to be there.
Triggered the F out of her. Because you mean to tell me I just took all these, I just sat up here and sparred with you like you Muhammad Ali?
Listen, it can
the baby pools and high out of my mind, and you out here at her concert. She ain't even your dang on artist, and you out here jumping around and rooting for her like you should have done for me. My album ain't never come out. Where my show at? I like to play games. I can have a card game. You mean to tell me you gave this hip for all of this after I went through 11 years back pay? Let's go. Now,
Shonda, I think
go through what she went through because she went through it. And I'm not saying she don't deserve nothing for it because she's obviously messed up, because I would not be able to call a soul Frankie. I wouldn't be able to call a dog Frankie. Do you hear me?
I hear what you guys. Okay, so let me tell you 2 comments I saw. Frankie means freedom. Jasmine also says that it's a family name in the Addams family. I hear you guys. We're just talking about the appearance, right? We're just talking about like, damn. I would think, but I do think she still loves him. So I don't think it triggers her in any way. But what T is saying, why doesn't that trigger you? You know? So for me, I forgot that the baby's name was Frankie, but I also feel that Cassie is one of those. She's one of those people who, through therapy, I don't think she really thought everything he did was wrong. I think through therapy, she learned like this isn't normal.
That man ain't had nothing to do with Frank Lucas. They already debunked that.
Oh, Corona.
You can be abused and complicit.
Key said this ain't got nothing to do with Risha. I think Tracy, there are people who don't know that they're victims.
But I think that Carisha was a trigger for her.
Could have been. I could see that.
I think that was a trigger for her because that's what she was supposed to get. That's why she was staying down till she came up in a situation. I do think that Cassie was a victim, though. I do believe that she was a victim.
Yeah, Khalees, I do. I just think that, when she was on the stand, I feel like it felt like people whose husbands beat them and the next day they have a black eye and they're just like, he loves me though. So they gotta
come out of that on their own. That's what I'm saying.
I just think she knows what he did was wrong, but she
think about this, y'all. He couldn't control Misa's ass. Okay, Diddy had learned his lesson. He could not control Misa's ass. Misa out allegedly. Misa done had a baby by somebody else.
Could be Paris. There's that too. It could be that too.
He wasn't her first. He wasn't her only. Kim Porter had other ties. Kim Porter would go get another boyfriend. Kim Porter would strike back.
She said her trauma therapy
Kim Porter
triggered the lawsuit. I believe this too, Dad.
She did not have complete control. Cassie, she was fresh out. She was 19. She hadn't had another adult relationship. She didn't have no kids, so she didn't have no soul ties with no other man. She had no baby daddy. She didn't have her parents for even.
It makes sense, Gina. Gina said Gina, this makes sense, especially if Frankie is a family name. She said, do you think it's a way for her to take her power back? As in Frank hurt her and Frankie healed her. That makes sense to me. That could be her logic. For me, it's like, what? But again, I am not Cassie. I'm not the victim. And if it's a family name, then maybe she would go through it. About that this morning, somebody said Carisha's possibly the worst thing that happened to him. She got everything he promised Cassie. Well, I'm going to say this, y'all. I don't recall Carisha's music popping because of Diddy. Did she get the show and stuff? Yeah. But her music didn't do shit for real because of Diddy. It didn't do anything musically for her, but she did get the show, and then she got other stuff because of the show. So I do see that.
Nobody was gonna do anything musically for her.
I would be able to
she
be
had a genre, a time, and a space. That's it.
I get that, Corona. Hey, Corona, I could get that too. And Tracy says, yes, I didn't ever think I was a victim until I went to therapy, and it got easier day by day, but I still have days and triggers sometimes. And I agree with that. I do feel like she's probably still on the fence. Like, no, there's a piece of him that loved me. And I believe that too. There's a piece of him that loved her in his own way.
He was loving her, but I really feel deep down she was the one that could be controlled. And somebody said he called her moldable.
Now, oh my God, the moldable word, I said, there it is.
Moldable, but think about it. She's 19.
She's
not tied to anybody. She doesn't have any kids. Kim had kids. Misa went and did what she did. Like, he could control her. He was molding her into what he wanted. I do think his sick, twisted self thought he loved her, and I do believe because of that she believed it. Because there's probably experiences that she had in between the trauma that she'll never experience again in life because of him. It could be the fact that she was able to even make the song she made.
Well, I think he helped a piece because Carisha Please is not an empire, right? She still has stuff to do. That's one aspect. That's just a piece.
So that I don't know what that
right
means,
now.
but that's what she credits him as being. This came out of her mouth that was her first real adult relationship. So maybe her and Ryan Leslie was just kicking it before, and then with Diddy, she.
I love that, Stephanie. I just can't believe these people still not here. They've been gone an hour.
18 of them. Hold on, y'all.
What space is Diddy?
Real quick. Hold on, real quick. I heard something. Ooh. Why is my itch?
Young, Raynette, when they use the word moldable, and I do believe, I told you, I think that security guard is going to testify. His name is coming up too much. D-Rock and Buns for them not to testify. Well, Mirror, when it comes to the game, her show and all of those things help build the game. She does. So what I'm saying is, when I'm talking about him, their relationship was short-lived. She has the show, she has the podcast, all of these things, right? We're not talking about that. I was talking about from a music aspect, because I don't ever remember them saying Cassie wanted to do TV the way Carisha's doing it. Cassie really wanted to be an artist, right? And if we're talking about music, hell, Miami may as well be in the same boat as Cassie when it comes to the music. From Diddy, okay? From him. Oh, I'm sorry, Gina. You never realize it. And Key, and that's right too. She never wanted to do music, but I was talking about, someone in the chat said, compared Carisha and Cassie when it came to the music, or it may have been Miss J. So I was talking about the music. Cassie wanted to do the music. Cassie did not want to do whatever. Cassie was into modeling, right? She really wanted to do music. It just didn't work. It didn't work for her. Yeah, I agree with that, Mirror. At the end, Cassie wanted to be a star. Bottom line, I do think she wanted to be a star. I do. Whether it came from modeling, music, those are the two things. I think, did she do some acting, y'all? She may have done some acting too. Cassie, did she do some acting?
Mm-hmm.
She may have done acting too. I do agree that she wanted to be a star.
All right, guys. That contact was driving.
I can see that, Key.
From Ohio. Who from Ohio in the chat?
What is it?
Grippos.
I've never seen it before. Did you have to ship them to you?
Huh?
You shipped them to yourself?
Mm-hmm.
You just make me realize I want some super donuts. I need to order some.
Oh, Big Unc got them in here too.
I need to order some super donuts. Like, those are my favorite. I promise, I try not to buy them. I'll eat 10 a day. In the air fryer.
Honey 3.
Oh, that's true too, Jessica. Honey 3 is the movie. Okay. Honey 3 is the movie. So yeah, I do get that, y'all. I think.
Oh, you from Kentucky? Then you right there across the bridge.
Oh yeah, Shay, we saw that. Somebody in the chat said Grippos are fire. What kind of chips are they? Like what are they equivalent to?
It's a barbecue chip.
Oh, it's just a chip. Okay.
But I got the Grippo seasoning in my cabinet too.
Okay, so they said Thelonious said Frank White was a New York drug dealer from the movie Kings of New York. Remember, his father was a dealer associate of Frank Lucas.
They debunked that. They lied about it. He wasn't with no Frank Lucas, but he was out there.
Key said, I hate those. She said, I don't know. Maybe hers is dry.
Yeah, you got to get a good dusty bag. You can't just have no, it got to be good and dusty.
Now y'all make me want to order some so I can try them. Order some so I can. Yeah, let me see if we see something else on X while we sitting here chit
I
chatting.
have not dug into the pot roast yet, but I can smell it all the way back in the back of the house in my office, okay? And I want to. He said super donuts be fired. Listen, Big Unc ordered cases of super donuts, and he stick them in the air fryer for like a couple seconds.
Oh, she talking about the super donuts. Key, I love super donuts. I mean, I take that over Krispy Kreme. I love them. Child.
Uzi, mine is Grippos, and what else can I get out here? I can't get Tahitian treat.
Oh, I love them too.
Tahitian treat, they do not have it out here. We found it one place, and this person did not have the carbonation in it. Talking about it's not supposed to be carbonated. Like, sir, this is not juice.
I love the one thing I can't find here, but I mean now is what is it?
Mike Sales.
Circle B's. Love those. Key, you probably so. We're gonna be filing a lawsuit against I mean not a lawsuit, Lord. Circle B's is something I had to find. Hold on, y'all. I don't see. I don't see what's going on, y'all. Oh, I love a peach. I love that too, Nay.
What? I heard peach. A peach fago?
No, how do y'all? I don't know how y'all pronounce this. NEHI.
I had that.
It's really good. It's probably one of my favorite peach drinks, especially if you freeze it just a little bit.
Ain't no Tahitian treat in Arizona, y'all.
How do it?
We be shipping it. Yeah, I don't see no updates.
I see. I didn't want to look stupid because that's how I pronounce it. That's how I pronounce it. But I said I don't want to look crazy because I don't know if they pronounce it like me. Okay, well at least we're on the same page. Yeah, I don't see.
That's their favorite too. I always had a peach fago. I never had that one. What is it? A knee high? What is that?
Yeah, knee high. Bridget, they in the chat saying knee high. Yeah, this is crazy. Bev and them got us on here talking about chips.
What about some Grippos or some Mike Sales?
They have a Oh, good. They said they have a psychologist on the trial now. In the Diddy trial. That is good. So I wonder, do y'all really think this case is going to be 8 to 10 weeks?
I don't think it should be.
I don't think so anymore.
There should be unless you are showing where his network assisted with keeping it going, perpetuating it, concealing it, any of those things that prove the RICO. I don't think we need to hear about every violent outburst he's had. We've all seen him in that video hollering about how he's a joke, he's a monster, and he's a this and a that, and screaming in that office by himself. We know the man crazy. Okay? We know he ain't got them all. We know he had bust out acting a fool. We know this, so I just feel like we should not have a long list of everybody he done laid hands on.
Yeah, that's what they.
We
Let's
don't
see
need to know
what's going
everything in
on.
detail. We don't need to know nothing else about no baby oil, no moonlight,
Yeah.
nothing else. We don't need no more escorts. We don't need. Only thing
I
we
need to see
is
Capricorn.
things that prove the RICO. I don't think it should take 8 to 10 weeks.
You think so? I need to see Capricorn. I need to see D-Rock. I need to see Buns on the stand. They probably gonna have more of the escorts on there, but okay. Mills, it may not. Let me see, y'all. Let's see what they're talking about.
I don't think they need to bring in every single thing about. We know he's crazy. We know he's crazy.
She's a clinical and forensic psychologist. Okay. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know what's gonna happen here.
You almost up alive.
You just want to throw that fan. Oh, when we get off, I put the song on for you. You can throw it all day, okay? Y'all know she's talking about TT. Are you almost off alive? It's summertime, girl. So she came back. She came back with us. She'll be here.
This was the funniest thing ever. So yesterday, my nephew, he's getting ready to be 18. He's in high school. He's got a job, so he was working. So he works at McDonald's, and he reached out to me to let me know that he was at work and he was working, and he, just checks on me every now and then to see how I'm doing. He calls me Nunu. So he like, Nunu, I'm at work, I'm doing good. And he's like, but it's McDonald's. And I'm like, well, shoot, you stand out the way and you get paid to do it. So I'm here for it. So he told me to go follow him on TikTok, y'all. He said, Nunu, I'm kind of famous though. So when you follow me on TikTok, don't be messing up my motion.
Oh, he's famous on TikTok.
He said he's famous, girl. So I said, okay, send me your page. So I go on his page, y'all. He got like a few thousand followers. He's famous, y'all.
He famous for real. Okay.
So I followed him. So I was like, okay, well, here go my page. Follow me back.
He said, what did he say? What did he say?
He said, you know, for real? How you gonna?
Oh, you thought you was famous. You thought you was famous. Okay. That's what she trying. That's what she wants to do. If I was on TikTok, I would have put a song on.
I said, okay, but just can you follow your auntie back though? Can you follow Lulu back?
Okay, they say court's coming back in 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes. They should be back.
It's jumping around. We might got action.
I want to know what's up.
Yo, it was so funny. He was just texting me yesterday. He had to let me know he was famous. Okay.
They said put Jaguar on the stand eating chips.
We not about to do this.
I was trying, so on my ride to Memphis, I tried to there was a something came up. It was Jaguar White and some guy. I just couldn't watch it. It was
Nicole. Oh,
I couldn't watch it. I had to stop. It was. It bothered me. What happened?
I'm gonna show y'all. So yesterday,
it bothered me.
Dallas graduated yesterday.
Oh, he did.
So we went to his graduation. I'm gonna have to show you. But friend, somebody was so right. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it was ridiculous. There's no way you smell like that from today. That was from yesterday. Y'all, Big Unc, I was so irritated. Y'all, Big Unc took a picture of me. Y'all look at me. Y'all can see Mel too. Look at me.
He mad at the people.
It was. And I was just thinking.
I'm glad we didn't have that.
About me made you sit that by me like I was gonna like it.
My baby used to complain about somebody like that.
I gotta go. Okay, now I gotta go find it. They said the people that's doing the baby AIs and redoing stuff.
They said they've turned the fan off. Court's over today. There you go, y'all. The fan moving again.
Come on.
It sure was off earlier. This morning it was off. I thought Law and Crime was glitching or something. I don't know, y'all. What pisses me off is I think they're going to come back and they're not going to tell us anything. They're not going to tell us anything. Okay, they said media is allowed back in the courtroom per Court TV. Thank you so much, Kaylin. Wait, there's a baby AI with Miss J. Yes. You gotta send it to me. Hey, Ari, good morning. Wait a minute. Turning the fan off. Probably so, Campbell. Campbell said turn that fan off was an interrogation tactic. Make them hot. Make them hot, Campbell. Okay. No, it's my smoothie key. I keep forgetting this right here beside me. I told y'all I have 5 months to lose. So, get in shape. I want to lose like 20 pounds. I'm trying to put my waist back at a 26 by my class reunion. Okay, I said they will not be playing Big Mama when I walk in and we into the reunion, baby. Y'all better be playing She's a Brick House when I walk in, baby, because I'm going to be ready. Okay? I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be back in my size 4 by the time I go to the reunion. See, I've got to see it. I'm going to be back. I'm probably like an 8 right now. I just need to drop 2 sizes. No, let me stop saying 20 pounds, okay? I want to be toned. I definitely want this waist at a 26. I'll take 26 and a half by the time graduation comes. Is it, Shameen? Mine is, I have one in June, one in October.
That is so funny.
Yeah, watch. It's going to be good. I want to be back to a 4. But I need the waist. Like, there's this picture in my phone. I gotten down in size. I want to get back to that size. Hold on. Let me see if y'all can see it. Hold on.
Come on back.
Okay, y'all. Let me stop my screen. I want to get back to this size.
I just reposted it because
this is the size I'm shooting for.
Lamar behind it, so I don't want it to pick up.
Okay, this is the size I'm shooting. Y'all see that waist? I'm shooting for that size again. And I do think I can do it. Just saying, I don't have any donuts, friend. I don't have any donuts. But I want to get back down to that size. I feel like my face was like slimmer. I want to get back there. Erica said the only 4 I want me in is a figure 4. Okay? Yes, y'all. That's Jasmine. I don't see it either. Baby, you can see that waist right now, though. But I'm trying to get back to that size. I'm trying to get back to that size for my reunion. Okay, T. They moving now. Hello. She probably walked away.
Doing any independent research or investigation into this case. And we've discussed the other 2 questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. No comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Healy will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
That just pissed me off so bad. Thank you, Nino. Yep.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, boy.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please
Back to
introduce
that.
yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, WOLF, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
You know, that's right.
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work.
I know that's
5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me. And I have 4 on Friday.
I know that's
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
I know that's right.
Is that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in
Yeah, that's right.
pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so that you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in. Could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Yeah.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital. Then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull Base Society?
Yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue acidosis in severely head injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Thank
Were
you,
you
Carly.
author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter
You
in
can do
emergency
this
room
with
assessment
Shannon.
of
Pick it
a
up.
head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Why? Come on now.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Now,
Were
hey,
you the
what are you
author
doing this
of
for?
the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about
Hold
that
up,
paper?
hey.
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute
Right,
head injury?
honey.
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
He is irritated, Drea. He ready to go back and do
Do
some
you have
research.
peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Yeah, he's got pretty good reviews.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
So he just reviewed
And
reports.
before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that,
Surgeon, though.
if that's what you're
I
asking me.
just thought about that.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin
A
tears
solid
apart a
ground?
bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
We don't even know if he hit
Thank
his
you.
hand on the
Take
ground.
that down.
What?
Dr. Wolf, as a result
Don't
of
piss
that
me off.
wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a
It's
characterization?
basically
Very
the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area.
Layman's term.
These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
What
I
you
want to
said?
take a
He was
step
little?
back. At the beginning, you said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by
How does
a
he know
fall
that?
landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this
I hate-
injury, the laceration and the basal fracture,
I can't.
was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
I can't.
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
How do you know that?
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Come on.
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
So he could have fell backwards.
Would that type of
Again.
laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we're going to.
Thank you.
Did you hear Alessi? He said, I'm kindly requesting a sidebar. Why does he have to do that? And so the good doctor is up here saying that John O'Keefe's head injury was caused by him falling backwards? How does he know it? Key, cold, hard ground is what they're saying. Cold, hard ground. Peggy was there earlier, Khalees. She probably left, but she was there. How can he possibly? He just can't. Shayla, I don't know what we need, but I just think that it is out of order for this man to sit on the stand after, first of all, not even looking at the brain himself. He's just looking at what someone else did and just, oh, this is what happened. I take issue with that. And he's up here talking with so much confidence. That's a problem for me. Aaron said, my sister passed due to blunt force trauma. I'm sorry for the loss of your sister, Aaron. Who did her autopsy, said that she had no way of knowing what truly caused her sister's injuries. Aaron, I don't think he knows. And it's a problem for me that he's up here acting like he does. Hold up. The comments coming so damn fast. Hold up. Amy said, if John O'Keefe fell backwards, wouldn't he be in the street and not the lawn? Well, Amy, you are forgetting that they're saying the car caused him to fall over. And my thing is he's looking at the brain injury. How does he explain John O'Keefe getting to where he ultimately ended up? And why the hell is a neurosurgeon on here? I'm still bothered by that. I'm still bothered by that. How can the ground create the laceration? I do, Jasmine, to me, and this is just me speculating. It looked, I could see if he fell back and hit his head on something. Like people have said, the weight bench, maybe a step, something. But just falling back on the ground and it's causing that, I don't know, but I'm not a doctor either. The chat is flying.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
And
It's not.
have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused
Oh,
by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
oh,
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals,
that.
which are blood clots
He should not
above the dura because they fracture a bone.
Pause. I bet Hank is not happy that he said that he had several patients who were drunk and fell down. Does he know what the freak this case is about? Does this doctor understand what the Commonwealth is trying to prove? Saying that he had patients who were drunk and fell back. Oh, if I'm the defense, I'm gonna go back and ask him about that.
In the temporal area, and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various
A car, y'all.
ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead.
Y'all, Hank has got to be fuming. Do you hear what this man is saying? He's saying it's a fall. Does he even know what the hell this damn case is about? He is saying a fall.
Or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
Hank did
You
what?
had taken us through the process of falling backwards
Now,
and then
you say
talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well,
Yeah.
the medical term
Hang it up.
is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain.
This is crazy.
And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Don't fall.
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma the way he had,
Mhm.
the assumption, would cause the coup contre coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup contre coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate
This is
fracture
bad.
lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Okay, we
Do you
heard.
have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No, the brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Okay, what's he gonna say?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
So
What is
he,
functional
okay, so
activities
he,
mean?
okay.
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help
So he
would
was
be a very
incapacitated.
significant cortical function.
Incapacitated.
And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain.
Oh,
So
there.
the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you
No way.
push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response
It's a
to
waste
pain.
of time, Hank.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
Nope.
No,
Can you
I
share?
don't-
You know that.
Yes.
though.
I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck,
Oh,
right
his
below
examples are
your skull, and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well,
we know this.
the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue
That's what they do.
that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes,
I feel like that too, Princess.
right? And
But we knew this.
that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please.
Don't break them.
If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury
He
pass.
de-dissed. He did not.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. Mm-hmm. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
Alice, why are y'all on Twitter? They're saying the same thing about him. I don't trust him. I think it's because he sounds like he smokes a pack of Cools a day, probably Newport Short. And he's a doctor. He should know how bad that is. I don't know. My only issue with him is he sounds like he's a witness to kind of diagnose things more so than tell us what happened to John. He's giving, I think this could have, maybe this is what happened. And that's a problem for me because hell, I could have gotten up there and said that. What's Cadillacs? Baby, what is Cadillacs? He said, not Newport Shorts. That used to be my brand of choice. Don't pay me no mind. I think that's my problem with the good doctor. He's probably very intelligent, but the fact that we flew someone in from Miami that has no real connection to the case, and he's giving me hypotheticals. Baby, tell me what happened to that man. She said the long one.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic
Look at him
pathologist.
smiling.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And
Oh, he's
you
tough.
don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct.
Oh, he's ready to tussle.
In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
I knew
Right,
he was
and-
ready to
and-
tussle.
Is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to
I knew
go
he was
to
ready, baby.
a
Just
different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last
I'm
word.
sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this
Okay.
matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now,
Baby, is that new
could Your
water?
Honor, I'm going to,
Baby,
with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolf,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
I believe it.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury
Girl, now he rolling his
is
eyes now.
unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Now, I love Deer Park. No, it does not. Y'all talking about deer piss is crazy. I love that water. I think my favorite one is Eternal. But I love Deer Park. Hey, Mickey.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ooh,
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set.
baby, look how he looked at Alexa.
Thank you very much.
He looked like he said he just tried to play me.
All right,
Baby, he's.
Mr. Brennan?
I know that's right.
We have a moment to inquire of our next witness.
Sure. And when I see counsel outside our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
I missed y'all too, Mickey. They are crazy, Kaylane. Calling Deer Park water deer piss is exactly why I can't stand this chat, because that was out of order. So that was a waste of time, Crystal. And I think if I'm the jury, I'm thinking about the fact that they didn't even ask him any questions. They said what they needed to say. I can't believe y'all don't like Deer Park. That's crazy. But I think for me, I'm not hanging much on him. I'm not hanging much on his testimony, because it seems like the defense isn't. They didn't even ask the man any questions. I mean, serious questions. His cross was what, 5 minutes? All they got out was, hey, you typically.
So, jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20-minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your.
I like Essentia too. I drink that, but I'm probably gonna go for Eternal before I will Essentia. But I like them too. Well, y'all just saw they taking the break because they think that the last witness went faster than they anticipated. And if I'm a juror, and the fact that she's saying that, hey, we thought he was going to be up here longer, and no one saw, they didn't even redirect him. Ebony, baby, Paige will be cussing them out. What did Paige say? When one's walking out, one needs to be walking in. There's no way. First of all, Hank should have known from the ME's questioning that they thought that the neurosurgeon was a waste of time. They should have known that. Alice touching shoulders. She said, unless he ain't there, unless he done threw them off. Hank's next witness ain't there because he thought the doctor was going to be up there all day. I don't know why he thought all day. Me too. I don't know why he thought all day, because they asked the ME questions. They should have known by the questions the ME was asked that they didn't want to hear this damn man. They didn't want to hear him. The defense was like, bye. I don't have time to waste my time on this man. Damn, they done flew that man out from Miami for nothing, because he has not added any value to they probably paid that man a consultation fee, and that man got up there and told them everything we already know. Hold on. Baby, he done told them everything they already know. He was incapacitated. He could not do anything after the injury to his head. And if we are to believe that the injury to his head came first, how do you explain the injuries to his face? How do you explain the injuries to his face? And if we flip it and say, well, he had the injuries to his face first, then the one behind his head, then there's no way Karen could have done it. How does he get the injuries on his face, and then she hits him, and then he's incapacitated? It just makes no sense. Well, Paris, I'm hearing they're not going to call her. They are not going to call the tattoo doctor. They're not going to call her. They're not going to call her this go around. I don't think Hank cares, because does he even live in Massachusetts? Hank don't care about those people's tax dollars. He does not care about their tax dollars. Now, Candy, I think there is some truth to maybe there was an altercation, and that whatever during this altercation he fell backwards. I believe there is some truth there. So Hank is the deer in the water. Hank does not care. Caitlin said, well, I do. It's my damn money. Me and Hank are going to go rounds now. Now, Caitlin, I'm going to say this to you guys for real. If this is your taxpayers' money, then you really need to make your voices heard. Because I think, one, they had to go higher outside of their office. Clearly, there is no evidence, nothing beyond a reasonable doubt that says this woman hit him. And the fact that they took money again to try this woman. The fact that if they lose, they will take money again. That's a problem. It's not about justice. It's not about justice. And that's, to me, has been the problem with this case from the very beginning. Hold on, y'all. There is, to me, there's nothing there. Call the governor, Caitlin. Somebody has to step in. Now, I just want to know, the lawyer kept saying yesterday that through everything that Shannon testified to, that Welcher will probably testify to, he said 1236 is haunting them, because how do you explain her phone connecting to Wi-Fi at 1236? How did she get from Fairview to her house? She did all of the stuff that they're saying she did. How do you get from, if he was killed at 12:32, how did she get from there to the house by 12:36? She said you got to let some stuff go. The tax dollars might be one of them. So you have that. Barchi, Barchi normally she's chill. She's sitting here chill. I told her yesterday on our ride, I said, Barchi, I hate to say it, baby, but mama's gonna have to get you some meds. I can't travel with her. It's just too much. And I think I have anxiety when I travel with Barchi with other people because I know how she acts. It's just, it's a lot to deal with the dog. So when she goes to get her shots this month, I'm going to go ahead and tell the doctor, just go and send me home with that prescription. Send me home. I didn't want to give my dog meds because, she's a little different. She's going to have to get them or I won't survive another car ride with her. I won't be able to survive a car ride with that dog again. Nisha. So Turtle Boy thinks that they've switched some seats around in the jury gallery, and he seems to believe that maybe two of the jurors were making comments to each other, kind of talking, and that's probably what happened. Well, kids, this one's gonna have to get prescribed something. And she's not like, the barking doesn't bother me because typically I'm in the house by myself with her. It bothers me when other people are around. And then she's won't let people like come by me. That kind of bothers me. Because people will assume she's a mean dog and she's not. She's not a mean dog at all. That's it. There's a love connection. Hey, Hallie. Oh, Lizard. Then that may be the two jurors that I'm talking about. Lacey, I told her she's going to she needs something because, she's almost 5 and the stuff that she does, she should know better. She should know better. But Hallie, right now, they just had a neurosurgeon testify. I really don't know why they put him on the stand because he really didn't say anything of value. To be honest, sometimes I got lost during his testimony because he was giving examples and I got lost. But one thing he did say that was consistent with the ME is that John would have been incapacitated after the injury to the back of his head. So that's one thing we do know. Key, you might be right. You might be right, but once she's getting fixed, when she get all this stuff done, she'll be okay. With Lacey Ann, I think she's been super aggressive the last couple months. She's been a little mean, like not towards me, but to people around. She's mean. He did not look at John's brain. He looked at the reports from the ME and the pathologist that looked at his brain. That's it. All that doctor and Hallie, I thought it was kind of funny because not only the doctor kept saying that he's seen patients who have fallen and hit their head. And I don't think Hank wanted him to consistently say that. Then he doubled down and said he's seen drunk people who have fallen and had that type of injury. So yeah, Nikki, no, 15-minute break. Because I believe they thought that doctor would be up there a longer time. But the defense said he's useless. He's a neurosurgeon. Lacey, I don't think they want to call her. That's who it was, Hallie. She didn't preserve a brain for him. He did not look at a brain, and he's a neurosurgeon. And as I think they asked, are the brains that he's looking at on patients who are alive? He said yes. So he doesn't really have the experience of looking at someone who's died, the brain after the person has died. They asked him to describe his day-to-day, and he basically talked about brain surgery. And just to say, hey, he does not, although he's a doctor, he has all these qualifications, He does not have the experience to talk about this. I thought it was cool. They didn't even do cross. It was only about 5 minutes. So I think he'll be happy to get back on that flight to Miami. Yep, I mean, he will probably be good in cases. This just wasn't the case. He came back, didn't help anything. And I think it's crazy. If I see y'all talking about the tattoo lady, I'm kind of sad they won't call her. I thought she was really good. But she is not saying what they want her to say. I don't think they want the jury to hear that man had over 100 fractures to his skull. I don't think they don't want to hear that. Because although we're not doctors, when you hear that in your mind, I immediately thought they beat the shit out of John. That's what I thought. Let me see. Hold up. Let's see. I want to see something while I'm saying that. I think she said there was so many she lost count. Oh my God. So I'm looking at a picture of just skull fractures and just seeing the skull just, oh my, they beat the shit out of that man. Just Google skull fractures and look at some of the images that come up. Look at the images that come up, guys. If he were hit by a car, if he were hit by a car, if you go with it, you still have to explain the injuries to the front of his face if you're saying the injury to the back of his head incapacitated him, right? Some way, somehow, you have to believe that there is a possibility that man was beat. Just look at a picture of just one skull fracture, and then remember she said he had at least 100 of them. How the hell does that happen? I think I want to look at her testimony again. A body form. Let's see. She's not on the defense list. I remember she gave a really great detail as to how so many of them were seen. I just can't remember what it was. So I'm gonna have to go back and look. Yes, Brianna, I think I remember her saying this though. I'll have to look through my notes, but I remember her pointing out how some of these fractures could have happened, but then it got to a point where when she started saying that there were hundreds of them, I remember thinking they beat the shit out of him. How were there so many fractures in his skull? Yep. I'm remembering that too, Ash. It's 2.0. I want to. That's what she said. It was too many to count. Hold on. Or she said 100. I don't know why I'm saying 100. But I could have sworn I heard her say that. Now I wanna hear her again talk about his brain. But why wouldn't you want? She actually looked at everything. Why wouldn't you want her on the stand? Yeah, right now it doesn't help. I don't know what we're gonna see as far as that skull is concerned. I don't know. Hey, Black Sheep. Yes, Kagan, the whole first trial is on YouTube. We watched 30 days of trial in about 13 days. It was fun, but it was a crazy ride. It was fun, but baby, it was a crazy ride. We did it in, I believe, 13 days. We watched the whole trial. And I'm glad we did it that way because I believe the next week they start jury selection or something like that. So I'm happy.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that your true crime.
Yeah, I'm happy we did that. We had a ball, baby, but baby, we were on here for at least 12 hours a day. 12 hours a day. We were on here. We watched that trial. It was crazy. Oh, Gabrielle. Okay. Thank you for reminding me, Gabrielle. Hold on just a second. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Key, don't regret it because it was fun. It was crazy times on X, but that was I thought it was pretty dope. Okay, y'all, let's see what's going on. Y'all, Diddy has just brought on another attorney. Shannon, I think I'm gonna be here. We're gonna probably go through Diddy. He has 10 lawyers. I think do y'all know how many OJ had? Because he had more than 10. He had more than 10 attorneys, but Shapiro's husband has been brought on as the 10th lawyer. There are 10 lawyers now. Baby, I know he has spent about 10 million on attorneys. Let me tell you, it's Alexandra Shapiro's husband. Jesus. Was it 11, Key? I'm not sure. But I 11, baby, I thought it was more like 15, 16, but I could be very wrong on that. Okay, let's see. Okay, y'all know we had the psychologist on the stand. Oh, so yeah, somehow they're going to be bringing Kim's death into it. And they're saying the AUSA said, we're concerned that Miss Porter's death may be used to build sympathy for Mr. Combs and lead jurors to believe that if he's convicted, his children may, the judge says, I'll think on it. As to Mr. Muscuddy, the defense is concerned about hearsay. AUSA said, y'all, they calling Kid Cudi to the stand. Mr. Muscuddy will not be testifying today. The judge said, did I miss that? AUSA said, we emailed at 10:45. I haven't double A spill. I have not. When I'm driving, I like to listen to things that I can listen to because I don't want to be tempted to look down at my phone. So that's why I didn't watch Microdots, but I have saved that video. Y'all, they are gonna call Kid Cudi. And all he can testify to is that he assumed that's who blew his car up. Okay, so they have an agent. He started on the stand talking about things that he seized. He said he sees high heels and sex items in the master closet. Yeah, I think that's probably what they'll talk about with Cudi, unless there's some threatening text or something. They say, what's this? He said 3 cell phones found in one of the boots. Cell phones and boots. Okay. They display a Gucci bag for the jury. They pull up, that's the GX10A, that's the exhibit number. A white plastic bottle. It contained liquid residue of meth and liquid MDMA. Did y'all tell me MDMA and meth were cousins, or are they brothers and sisters? What photos, Key? Send it to me. What? Okay. AUSA said these pills were found with a Tesla imprint on them. These had the active ingredient of Xanax. This $100 bill had residue of cocaine. Mr. Gannon, what's this? He said a dark wood box with the word puffy on the top. Meth. Baby, I got to go look at this man's teeth. Did he have meth teeth? AUSA, how do you know that this is the Astroglide and the baby oil that you seized? How many bottles of each? 31 Astroglide, 25 baby oil bottles. Any other cell phones found? Yes. And then they open up another box. Hold on. No. I don't know, Keith. Maybe send it another way. Because because I'm not on YouTube. I'm through StreamYard. Okay, was a gun found in a suitcase? Yes, a 45. Hold the bullets up for the jury. No further questions. Cross. The defense says the day of the search, you know that Mr. Combs was leaving the country with his twin daughters. They say, let's have a sidebar. All right. In planning the search, hold on, y'all. Key sent me something. Let's see. Key sent it to me. I'm going to pause just a second so I can show y'all some of these photos that Key was talking about. Child. Key, I saw them trying to bring in Obama. I said, don't be bringing him up in this foolishness. Okay, so this is a website. I don't know if I'll be able to baby Key, that y'all. Oh, let me take this off. They tell me every time. Stop the screen. Baby, he said whatever you want, whatever you feeling like today. Can y'all see that? Whatever you're feeling like today, I got you. I got you. Here's the baby oil, pill bottles, found. Now, baby, I don't know what the hell going on here. And I know you guys can't see this, but this is his bathroom. If you guys can see the red writing, you may not be able to make out what it is. But there are all these writings on the mirror. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about. Weapons seized on the day of the search. Fully loaded weapons. And this is the officers when they were executing the search. More things they seized from there. Okay, Key said, read what it says. Okay. Here we go. Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial has been shown shocking photos from a raid in his Miami mansion that included guns, drugs, industrial quantities of freak-off paraphernalia, and boxes of women's high heels. Homeland Security agent Gerard Gannon told jurors through the startling exhibits at the courthouse. They were seized during the 2024 raid on Diddy's $40 million home in an ultra-exclusive Star Island after an armored vehicle was used to smash open its gates. Well, goddamn. The images shared with the public on Wednesday morning include parts of AR-15 rifles. One of the guns had a red dot viewer. that would have made it easier to hit a target. Now y'all know this, you have the right to bear arms, okay? So I'm not messed up about the weapons. I just am like, damn, I could see they had a collection. He told the reporters that the weapon had their serial numbers removed. And here's the problem. Why the hell you removing serial numbers? Now that's the problem. They would have made it difficult or impossible to trace the weapons. That is the problem. You have the right to bear arms. But child, why the hell do you as Diddy need weapons with no serial numbers? Okay. In a dramatic moment, he was asked to open an evidence bag in a cart next to him with scissors. Stand before the jury and he had an AR-15. He assured the jury the gun had been rendered safe and held it up with both hands. He said the jurors craned their necks to see. Probably moved up a little bit so they could see what was going on. Okay. Other exhibits and images shown to jurors were less dangerously but equally disturbing. Key, were you telling me to read the stuff on the mirror? 3 large plastic boxes contained at least 26 bottles of Johnson's baby oil and 16 bottles of Astroglide lubricant were snapped during the Star Island raid. Bizarrely, the boxes also contained at least 2 rubber ducks of the sort usually favored by children during bedtime. Not they got baby love shit all entangled in his sex stuff. That is crazy. He famously shit loved to use the liquids during these freak off sex parties. Early on Tuesday, male escort Sheree Hayes, also known as the Punisher, and y'all know he got that name, the Punisher, from high school. Not here. He got that from high school. Hayes said Diddy wore a face covering. He said similar to what you may see a Muslim wear the first time he saw him, and that Cassie went by the name of Janet. He said that when he got to the house, he thought he was going to be dancing the first time he met Diddy and Cassie. He thought he would be dancing for like a group of girls for $200. He was paid $800, told that he was going to be playing out a fantasy for a woman and her husband. So yeah, he was just sitting there pleasuring himself and kind of directing what to do, what he wanted them to look like as they were doing it the entire time. Okay. Y'all, wait a minute. We didn't see. Now he got them. Now see, now this is crazy. This is how they found the Astroglide and the baby oil. Just in storage bins. Just in storage bins. Maybe he does have. I don't know, Sassy. I don't know. Wait a minute. Here's more. They just all in storage. He just got the shit in storage bins like nothing. They said they had. Here's a bag of golden teachers. They were found inside the mansion. Is used for magic mushrooms. Baby, he does everything. They said upmarket erectile drugs. So this is to help him do his due. A bright green case with his name was discovered. Here's the bright green case. And these were the things inside of the bright green case. She said, at least he's been organized. She said, we were stocking up on toilet paper during the pandemic, and he was stocking up on getting baby oil and Astroglide. Yes. Well, Caitlin, $800 was what he got at first. Then after he finished, they gave him an additional $1,200. And he met them about 8 to 12 more times after that. Other drugs found in his home. Other drugs they found. Baby. Oh God, y'all know he's almost 60. So of course, there's his hair dye kit. He can go ahead and keep dyeing their hair. They said the secret to his immaculate black hair and beard was seemingly exposed by this photo in his closet, showing boxes of just for men black hair dye. Now, whoever put that caption is messy. Who knew he was famous for his black hair? He's almost 60. I assumed he dyed it like everyone else. Baby, well, he uses it. Yeah, this is one of the sketches of baby, he's giving Karen Reed's daddy it's cold in the courtroom. Now, wait a minute. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. I mean, they found a lot of drugs in his home. I mean, any drug you could possibly think of seems to have been found in his home. I mean, they found a lot of drugs. There's too many drugs to keep count of. They found a lot of them. They found a lot of them. He missing his drugs. That's all. Goodbye, Key. Okay, so let me see if we got anything else going on with the good doctor. Okay, now he talked about. This is the defense again. They asked what type of vehicles. First of all, you guys heard that they slammed through the gate. The plan was to not have him there, but we had contingencies. What type of vehicles did you use? They had armored vehicles, and they had a boat. Baby, they came in by land and by sea. Child, can you just imagine if you was on the cleaning crew that day? Somebody busting through the gate. Then you got somebody in a boat. Okay, y'all, they said they back. Let me get back on here. Child, we have to touch this up at lunch.
If I could just ask you a few questions, just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel?
I get Mr. Jackson. Okay. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2. But it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both seats to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
I was on mute. Her hands were really red the last time, and I couldn't figure out why they were so red and the rest of the body was.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's still gonna go to lunch at 1 o'clock.
Photographs, if you could review those and look up in attention. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 712 and item 3-2.
Now, the combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibit, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed beer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518.
It's a waste of time.
Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can
This
take
is
that down.
terrible. They need to just let it go.
Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Baby, both of these trials just got too much going on.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down.
Baby, this too damn much.
And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
Hold on. I see y'all saying hey to Taylor. I don't see her, but hey, Taylor girl. Y'all,
Again.
The two screens don't match.
damn the glass. Why did the assistant need immunity? Damn the glass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between
What if they give him mute?
item 3-2 cup and
So maybe he'll
6 of the
testify.
pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those two pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the two pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those two lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes,
And which were they?
they were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same two pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the two pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
So what is she here for then?
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis? What is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a tail light, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
Okay, close the door.
May I approach her?
Yes.
She was like this last year, I think. Very soft spoken,
Give another single
very
photograph
sure of what
recognize.
she's saying.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection. Thank you.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other
Dad looked like she was zoned out.
item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. and the smallest piece among those
Hey,
measured approximately less than a 16th of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett.
Remember her?
And the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God! I was just wondering if her hands were still red. I remember that.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. Review those and look up when you're finished.
I just think all of this, guys, and we still have no information.
Speaking, Ms. Hammond, do you
Yes.
recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come up to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thanks. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
It's always stuff like this, guys, that make me go, damn, why was it there? Then
Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR,
It's
which is
something more pretty.
Fourier
Thank you.
transform infrared
Lord.
spectrometer.
Thank
And
you.
I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
Thank you, Pretty.
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break?
I don't like when she says could have.
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
So Rod Wave is out here. Why would he try to shoot at his girlfriend? He shot up his girlfriend. What the hell is going on with these
I told
rappers?
you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know
An hour?
we'll take an hour. Okay, we'll see you back again. So we're just going to follow your instructions.
All rise for the court, please.
That's 30 minutes.
Close your notebooks, follow me.
He said 30 minutes. Okay, let's see what's going on. I just can't deal right now. I can't deal. An hour? Okay, for people who care. When I tell you, I never thought getting into court cases you'd always have content, because there's literally always something going on. It's always something going on. Rod Wave? Okay, let's see what happened. Why would he try to shoot at that girl, y'all? Okay, let's stay in the browser. They said he was arrested in Fulton County, 14 charges, including aggravated assault involving the use of a firearm at his home, which cops say he broke his previously granted bond. Is he slow? So they said he was visiting his place on April 21st with realtors and other associates after it had been burglarized. Police say he and one of his associates got into a verbal argument, and they were carrying out items from the residence, which is when a Glock 20 semi-automatic pistol was pulled out and fired. The street runner artist allegedly fired 14 rounds in total. 11 hit his associate's 2025 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. So they calling the ex-girlfriend the associate, because I think I remember seeing, did he get her that car for Christmas? Okay. One round struck his Rolls Royce. Why would he? See, let me just say this real quick, because I told you, when you are a realtor to rappers, this is something that scares me. Not that the artist would do something because he's foolish as hell for that, but that someone will be trying to do something to the artist and then you get hit because you're with that artist when you're dealing with particular rappers. So he struck his Rolls Royce, hit the wall of the residence, and the final round hasn't been located. Once neighbors and police alerted, they said once neighbors and police were alerted, police say Rob began cleaning up shell casings and even tried to flee the scene to prevent apprehension. Now, he's probably has a home in a nice area, so that was crazy. Bev shouldn't have gone to lunch, but I didn't think she was going to do an hour, but 30 minutes at least. So he had a warrant for his arrest. He was arrested and he was granted $50,000 bond. There's no way he allowed this young lady, whatever they had going on, there's no way that he allowed her to mess up his life. And they said a person with nothing to lose will help you lose everything. Why? What was it? Just to walk away, sir? So, Derry, it kind of sounds like, do you think that's what it is? Hold on. Do you think that's what it is? That he suspects that she had someone come and rob his home?
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're...
Baby, that's crazy. Hey, Ashley. She said, no, Rod slander. We was not there, Mel. Kayla, I'm just telling you what the news is saying about the situation. I don't know, but if it sounds like maybe it was a case. Look, Kayla, could have been wrong timing. This is insane. This is insane, Rod. Is his real name Roderick? Roderick. This is insane. And who's his attorney? Drew. They said there's no truth to these charges. Rod Green was a victim of a burglary and committed no crimes. How he was even charged as a result of this situation is incomprehensible. This will absolutely be resolved favorably. It's Rodarius. Okay, Rodarius, damn. Damn, Rodarius, damn. Nicole, well, message me and tell me what's the ATLT. Wow. Well, he hasn't been charged. It's just an arrest warrant. This is too much. This is too much. Let me see what's going on. Baby, these rappers gonna keep these lawyers busy. Okay. Let me get back over here because they are back. They did give Diddy's ex-assistant immunity. So we know that much. They got Dr. Hughes back on the stand. So I don't know what's going on right now. They have Dr. Hughes back on the stand, who's basically testifying to things we've already said. That Cassie is a victim, and when we look at the psyche of victims, sometimes they make excuses for their abusers. They run back to their abusers. They try to rationalize what's going on. They sometimes blame themselves. So that's what what they're talking about right now. Oh, I watched a movie called Memory that was good on Prime, and I watched another movie. It's on Netflix. It's about a mother whose son disappears, and they're like trying to make her think she's crazy. I thought it was really good. I forget it. It's X something like that. Thank you, Forrest, for gifting a Millionaire Mail membership. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then y'all know the drill. If you get a membership from Forrest, please say thank you in the chat. I appreciate it, Forrest. I think Timsy is wrong. He wouldn't have gotten out if he was already on bond. That makes sense too, Aaron. No pre-indictment charges have been filed, but he bonded out yesterday. I see that. Tracy, I don't know about giving him immunity on the spot. Maybe it was already in the works because they'd already emailed the judge. So I'm not sure how that worked. I'm not sure how that worked. Okay, just a second. Okay, so no, we can't go there. I was trying to see if I see some more here, guys, but I can go with, let's go with some tweets for Karen. All right, the lawyer says, Is there a better start to an expert's background than I am a brain surgery? I did brain surgery yesterday. I am doing it tomorrow. I don't testify for a living. It's less than 1% of my income. Oh, yeah, I graduated from Yale summa cum laude. She said, no, he said, I wish he could fix his collar, though. Why did I keep looking at that collar like, fix the collar? Fix the collar. I promise I kept looking at that too. Like, please fix it. Okay, let's see what Turtle Boy has tweeted. He said, Hank Brennan. What's today? Today's the 21st. Oh, this is the old one. Let's see what he tweeted today. Now, let me just say what Turtle Boy is doing, because when I was looking through, he picked out some of the bad reviews, and I do think those reviews can kind of give you some insight on who the person is. I did see a review of a young woman that says that he was very dismissive. He even told her that what she was experiencing was in her head. Years later, she was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer, and that she feels that maybe had he not dismissed, and she said an 18-year-old young woman, maybe it would have been diagnosed sooner. So yeah. So this review says Dr. Wolf and his staff are not the caring patient service you need. Wolf is easy to dismiss and not let others feel what we're going through. I've seen that several times in his reviews. His receptionist and practice manager are no help and clueless to the matters. These fake 5-star reviews from staff to maintain his image is false hope. May my grandmother get the peace and the rest pain-free from her ending misery experience. I saw that a lot. And I think sometimes not all doctors have great bedside manners. But I mean, I said he had a 4.5. So I don't know how many reviews that was, but I do feel like not all doctors have great bedside manners. And he didn't strike me as someone with great bedside manners. Definitely struck me as a come in, how you doing, what's going on, oh, I think this was going on, and then walk out type of doctor. So yeah, that might be it. Same thing. They're talking about cancer. I mean, some of these people have paragraphs, so you can go read them. Let me see what this one says, guys. I'll update both the links to Shannon's LinkedIn and CV on Aperture's website are both gone. We knew that was going to happen. We knew that was going to happen. Shelly, maybe he does have a big ego. I do believe that he's knowledgeable about the brain, but I just don't think he was the right witness for this case. So I'm going to see if we have any other things, any else here. Now, I'm not sure in the Diddy case, for those of you that are keeping up with that case, why the assistant came just for that, and now he's off the stand, and we're back to the psychologist that was on the stand. I don't know what's going on there, and that's because I haven't read everything from today. All right, give me just a second. Thank you, Brianna. Paris, because my guess is Aperture did not know he was fraudulent. That's just my guess, and they're trying to do damage control. Aperture, I don't. My issue with them is how can I trust you if you can't even vet your own analysts? You can't vet the people who work for you. This was simple. All you had to do was ask them for an official transcript, and they chose not to do that. Oh, I'm happy your baby recovered, Ronnie. Let me see. I think the assistant has an immunity agreement with the government because he was going to plead the fifth. Yep. So, Emmy, what did he do? That's what I can't kind of wait to hear. What did he do that was so bad he felt like he would be incriminating himself if he spoke on it without that agreement? Yeah, Mika, they're still wasting time today. She'll be 21 in July. I love that, Ronnie. I love that. How are you getting your employees, Ash? And I mean, if we're paying you millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm sure it is in their best interest to do well on this case and work for the Commonwealth, because they'll probably use them again and again and again. But how can I trust you if you can't even vet your employees properly? Dan, I don't know what Bev is doing today, but yeah. But we can, guys, because I have the baby here. I need to make her something to eat. I told her when we went to lunch on here, then I'd make sure she had lunch. We can watch that video that with Brian Higgins everyone has been talking about. It's only 14 minutes, so that's enough time for me to get her something. Just saying, with the realtors. You heard us right. With the realtors. So I get to listen to this too because I had it on my to-do list to watch.
Sometime before 1:26 a.m., Brian Higgins walks outside, gets into his Jeep, never sees the body of a man over 6 feet tall lying directly beneath the flagpole, despite it being illuminated by the powerful plow lights mounted on the front.
Good point, Black Sheep.
No sneaker, no shards of reflective plastic on the road in front of him. Brian Higgins then drives away from 34 Fairview Road. It's 1:26 a.m. We will first see Brian Higgins arrive to the police station as viewed from the rear parking lot camera. It is mounted on the back corner of the Sallyport garage. The red circle represents where he parks. He exits the vehicle. The surveillance video picks up his iPhone's true depth facial ID camera, scanning his face. This means he's looking directly into his device. He hesitates momentarily, looks back at the Jeep, looks into his phone, then continues. While he's outside, Brian will be using his phone quite a bit. Next, we see him pass in front of the small island containing a tree and a light pole. The camera is mounted here. He walks to the entry on the church side of the Sallyport and is picked up by the camera at the top corner of the main building. At 1:28, he walks down the first floor corridor. He enters this room for 1 minute and 39 seconds before returning to the hallway. This door leads to the communications center. Here's how we know. The camera we are viewing from is located here. We can trace his steps through the interior of the police station, entering the first floor corridor and then moving directly to the comm center. The comm center is manned at all hours. It would be the first place you'd go to find out if anything unusual has been reported, like a woman calling to say she dropped her boyfriend off at a party and hasn't heard from him since. And it's just on the other side of that glass. We attempted to decipher the words written on this sign. I believe it reads authorized personnel only. He takes a quick look down the hall, perhaps to see if anyone is present, then takes a right and moves out of view of the cameras. From here, he could have taken one of 3 doors. To his left and right are offices. Straight ahead is an entryway which leads to the front wing of the building, with also a stairwell that he could have taken to go upstairs to the 2nd floor. Here's the 2nd floor layout. If he did come up here, he would have exited the stairwell at this point, and based on the timeline, he certainly had the time to do it. The station seems to have numerous cameras in place inside and out. It's peculiar, then, that the exact footage that would show us where Higgins went for those crucial minutes is conspicuously missing. Are we really expected to believe there are no security cameras operating inside the communications center, the very place where police interact with the public face-to-face through glass every day, and not a single other camera in the building that could show us where Brian Higgins went? These officials have proven their willingness to tamper with and withhold crucial evidence. Therefore, it's just as important to consider what was not provided as it is to examine what was. 4 minutes and 36 seconds later, he reappears in the main corridor and proceeds to leave the same way he came in. He just reached into his pocket for his phone and now has it in hand. But he waits. The second he steps outside of the building, he starts using his phone again. It's already up to his ear. It's worth noting he stayed off the phone while inside, at least from what we can see, meaning he likely placed a call as soon as he had privacy again. Higgins enters frame right and approaches the Jeep, still with the phone to his ear. He walks between the Jeep and the large pickup and heads straight for the vehicle in the rear of the parking lot. We know this because we see his long shadow moving that way behind the Jeep. Higgins stands outside the vehicle briefly, then opens the door and gets inside. The tail light illuminates, indicating he starts the vehicle. It is located approximately here. He first turns on the windshield wipers, then rolls the driver's side window down to clear snow, allowing him to see. We speed up the playback while he sits inside. He moves the vehicle off screen left. He reappears and clears both windshield wipers from a third vehicle. He stops here with his elbows bent as they would be if he was manipulating his phone in front of him, in a stance consistent with interacting with text messaging. He focuses on his device for about 18 seconds. Then proceeds to the rear of the Jeep. And returns to open the driver's side door, most likely to fetch the keys for the large truck, a fourth vehicle, which lights are triggered as he remotely unlocks it, then enters to start the engine. The lights flicker again when he opens the door. The truck is now on and idling, with the driver's side door still slightly open. He rolls the vehicle forward a few feet, deeper into the parking spot. He opens the passenger side door of the third vehicle, reaches in. Then walks back to the Jeep. And seems to do the same thing there, opening the door momentarily. Then back to the third vehicle he goes, this time to access the bed. We see the black underlid of a container or tarp come up and cover the back window momentarily. He reaches in, throws a large duffel bag over his shoulder, and closes the lid. The bag appears to be very large. He opens the driver's side door of the Jeep. Again, you get a clear glimpse of just how massive the bag is. He walks to the back of the Jeep and places it inside. Then starts up the vehicle and closes the door. Returning to the third vehicle, he opens the passenger side door. He's looking for something towards the back seat. He opens the rear passenger side door and looks in. He then walks off camera, left side momentarily. He is presumably on the other side of the vehicle, rear door. He returns to the Jeep yet again to do something. Then heads back to the third vehicle. We see him walk back into frame, this time holding some kind of poled tool, possibly a snow brush. However, he doesn't use it on any of these vehicles. He puts it inside the Jeep, gets in, and readies to leave the premises. And finally, he drives off into the night. All we know about what he did next is what he's told us.
I told Kylie, I said, okay, Kylie, no moving. I'm about to get on. She said, again? I said, baby, I'm on for 6 hours. What do you mean again? So how did you guys like the video? Did it clear up anything in your heads? I feel like microdots, and I'm sure everybody's gonna have a different opinion on this, whether you believe she hit him or not. I do feel like they do a great job with bringing what's in your head to life. I do think so. Missy, she is acting like Mariah. She said, again? Kylie said, listen, I'm sick of that life. I'm sick of that life. Well, let me tell you, this is what happens when you got to come stay with TT. Okay? When you got to come and stay with TT, this is TT's job. This is what happens. Yep, Missy. I agree. Jaleesa, yesterday, when we went out to eat and out to dinner, she was like, I'm ready to go. And I said, well, where are you about to go? She said, to Atlanta. I said, she was ready to go. She is ready to go from Memphis. She said she'll be here until she's a first grader. So, Jasmine, I remember the bag because we were wondering what's in the bag and why do you feel the need to get whatever's in that bag at 1 a.m? Because you were not moving cars as you previously stated. It just didn't seem like he should do that. I think she asked, is the pool open? I'm sure she's going to do something. She tells her dad what he's going to do. So she'll be doing something all summer, I'm sure. She tells her dad. Hold up, look at Ronnie's comments. Ronnie, hold up. Let me see that. But if I'm looking, oh my God. It's just too much. Every day y'all find something new. She runs him, Key. She does. Crime scene gear in the bag. God. Crime scene gear in the bag. Crime. Let me see if I can find. Let me see. I really wanted to, while we're on break, I wanted to get some clarity about Dr. Stonebridge in those in their brain. Hold on, y'all. Now why? Oh, law and crime. Found it. Hold on, y'all. I really wanted to hear. I wanted to listen to Dr. Stonebridge again, especially after the neurosurgeon just got off of the stand and she's not testifying. I don't remember everything she said, but I think we may have about 30 minutes. I just wanted to listen to her testimony. Why do y'all keep saying Brian Higgins in rehab? Why do y'all think that man is in rehab? Kay, this is not the first time I've seen people say this, but why do y'all think he's in rehab? Destin, Destin, this case, when I tell you every day it's something, and you're like, wait a minute, what? Where did that come from? Okay, y'all, I'm gonna play this because this is something, y'all know I hate that I'm like this. I hate that I'm like this. I can't remember what she said, so I needed to listen to it to kind of see what she was explaining about John's brain and the injuries, because I want to see. I think Brianna said, and I remember hearing her say something about that the fractures can spread, but I need to listen again.
Double major in biology and Germanic languages. And
what types of cases are typically referred to? You could.
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here. You have the temporal lobe right here. And then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between the temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area. But then there was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well. So on this side.
That's like
Now, doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes. So the unci are the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem, here the unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brain.
Oh, Amanda said, Brianna, I swear I did too. I've been sitting here like, dang, his tattoo's gonna tell us what happened. Don't take this chat serious. We make nicknames for everyone. And like, I remember the last doctor, I didn't remember her name, but I remember her hands were really red. And I remember they were so much more redder than her body. So we remember certain things. Why? I don't know. Can't tell you. But no, the tattoo doctor is this very smart young lady who had the sleeve and decided not to wear a blazer. I said, okay, girl.
Turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push and then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell outside?
UNCI.
UNCI. Okay.
And with reference to this bilateral unsi area, what, if any, herniation did you observe?
So when the unsi herniate, it can be subtle. Sometimes if it's herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
Now, if I could ask you, doctor, just to
When she was
familiar
done.
with the term or medical term known as a contusion.
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
And are you also familiar with another term, part of that term, known as a punctate contusion?
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny. It almost just like a dot.
And with respect to punctate contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in Mr. O'Keefe's brain, and where was it located?
It might not be the fractures, Brianna. It may be these contusions that there were. So maybe it was hundreds of contusions. Like, I think that's what she was going to say.
So there were punctate contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area. And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain. And then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture, hence seeing the contusions, because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage, is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times it's subarachnoid hemorrhage because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in. It can spread, so it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal lobe?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a faint red color that should not be that color, it was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
If I could turn your attention, doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before. As far as your observations of those, was that one or more than one, or how many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time. If it had been something like one or two, three, four, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
And the number of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise, hemorrhage, bruise, contusion. They're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience, as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now, with regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that means and where is that located within the brain?
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those onsi, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons, pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed, the blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely, therefore hemorrhage.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, do you form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
Oh, I just.
If I could ask, as far as you have certain findings as far as an intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital horns of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
If you could please explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings, you mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
It was something that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
I can't remember.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
Well, we about to see who's doing cross. Looks like Miss Little. Looks like Miss Little Day.
Questions, thank you.
You're welcome.
Doctor, thank you very much. You are.
Oh, there's no cross.
Thank you.
There's no cross here. There was no cross. But why wouldn't they call her? And also, did you guys hear Lally also saying a fall? And then he said being struck by a car, then falling. When you start listening to the little things that I don't think they know what happened to him. They don't know what happened to this man. It's all assumptions. We think this is what happened. And I think deep down, they have to know that man wasn't hit by a car. They didn't need to cross Gwen. I agree. I don't think they need to. I think she said everything. Hell, now I need to go on YouTube. I've got to look at it. Took some notes. I need to look at a few things. So it was the contusions, guys. There were too many contusions. She lost count. She said a contusion would literally just be a bruise. There is blood coming out of the vein. So it's too many of those for her to even count. He had so many. He also had these skull fractures. His brain was hemorrhaging in the front. She gave all of the different areas where the hemorrhages were taking place. I can't see it. Even after seeing this, I don't know, Gwen. I don't know. Oh, I got you, Tia. And I think that's for me, like, damn, they don't even have an idea of what may have happened to him outside of them saying Karen hit him, right? Because he clearly wasn't hit by a car. At what point does the public say, listen, we at least just want you to do another investigation? She said it was possible in the very end. I don't know if you heard her. I don't know if this is what you're saying, Tia. I'm thinking in the very end, she was asked, could he have sustained those injuries by falling? She said it's possible. Okay, then he went a step further. Could he have sustained those injuries by being hit by a car then falling? I thought that was a bad question. Now, when you look back, I think that's a bad question. Was he hit by the car? Or was he hit by the car and then he fell? Because you guys said he was thrown in the air. And then he hit his head on the ground. Which is it? Which is it? And then, okay, y'all, let's go back. When we go back to the good doctor from today, what did he say? He says he's seen that injury several times by a person falling. Then he said a person falling on the hard ground. Come on now. That can't be what Hank wanted him to say. That just can't be it. Pick it up. Where you put your fork? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think we have to think about that too. And if I'm the jury, I'm listening to those things because there is not one person who will get on the stand and say that this man was hit by a car. And Kika, clock it. He even went a step further and said a drunk person falling. A drunk person falling. And I think some of us, I know when watching the first trial, we were like, well, what if he was drinking? What if he tried to go up some stairs or something and he fell? Right? Some of us asked this question. What if his injuries are the result of him simply being drunk? All they needed to do was go into the house and get DNA swabs. What is stopping them now? What is stopping them now from just excluding them? His clothes, look, don't make me go to my notes about the clothes. When we go to the notes about the clothes, we see all of that DNA that was left on here we go. 3 men's DNA on the truck, 5 unidentified males on his shoes. Like, we start looking at stuff like that. Why can't we rule them out? I'm not a police officer, not an attorney. Don't know at this point how you do that. But, well, Alice, I don't think he believes the man was hit by a car. I don't know. Gwen, he definitely asked that question. Is Minnesota cold? I said, oh my God, he is about to ask this man about, is the ground hard when it's cold? I think it was crazy. But Key, at this point, why won't the Commonwealth ask about this? Okay, thank you, Aaron. I didn't know if you were still in here. Aaron said if they're not willing to give it, which we know they won't, you need a warrant to get samples or swabs. Well, I know that part that you need the warrant, Aaron, but damn, would a judge grant the warrant, right? Would they sign it? Would they sign it and let them do it? Is there probable cause to ask for it? Is probably a better question. Well, Ashley, you got a point. Or they don't want to know. My dad was drunk and fell on the bus. He had a small laceration like John on the back of his head. Well, Tia, some people seem to think that he probably fell. Oh, he don't do that. He said, because they know. Would you ask for something you already know is a possibility? What do people say, Key? Talk to the hand. Because, I mean, you got a point. I think, y'all, for the life of me, I do feel sorry for John. I mean, because he went to a house expecting to drink, have a couple of beers with his girlfriend, and he never made it back home. And this case seems to be about everything but him. That's just sad. Damn, Lexi said not in Canton. A judge will not do it. I mean, because Bev, if the defense said we need this, Bev wouldn't do it. Frankly, it's not that hard to get a warrant, but it's easier to get it while the investigation is open. Agree with that. It's clear Canton PD thinks they've closed it, so they're not going to ask. Like, y'all, it feels like like a cold case. It'll be 20 years from now, and we'll get breaking news. DNA evidence has tied ATF agent Brian Higgins, former Boston police officer Brian Albert, and his nephew Colin Albert with the 2022 death of Officer John O'Keefe. If you remember, O'Keefe's then girlfriend Karen Reed was tried twice. First time hung jury, second time acquitted for his murder. We had a new detective on the case, and he requested DNA, which tied all three to the crime. It would be something like that. It would be 20 years from now. 20 years from now. I just don't like it though, Key. It bothers me. It bothers me so bad. If I have nothing to hide, I'd present everything so you can stop talking about me in the small ass town. With Shayla, in the words of my great friend Aaron that's on this live, Aaron said everyone deserves the right to counsel. And if you get an attorney, it doesn't mean that you're guilty. It means that you're smart. She said innocent people need lawyers the most. So I would advise against those DNA samples unless they requested them from you. I know that's right, Courtney. I know that's right. Okay. I thought this was real breaking news. Bye, Pretty. Reporting live from YouTube and the millionaires, okay? She said, I'm gonna be 41 yelling at the TV. Like, I remember watching this with Mel and them. Yes, I think that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be 20 years from now. 20 years from now. Barchi and I'll be at the TV. Barchi gonna be old. My knees gonna be a little worse than they are right now. And I'm gonna be struggling to get up and say, I know it. It might not be that. Yes, it will. 20 years from now, I'll be in my 60s. No. Yeah, I'll be almost 60. I'll be good. That's what I think is gonna happen. They won't do that, Mel. They'll say sometimes the jury gets it wrong. and keeps it pushing. Aaron, that bothers me so bad. But Ashley, I think for me, why just Uri and Proctor? Why don't we want to exclude more people? Thank you, Nisha girl. 2042, Mickey, talking about breaking news. Baby, if TikTok be around, you gonna see me on there talking about if you were on the post with me back in 2025, we knew this day was coming. I don't know what old lady words I'll be using then, but I'll be using some old lady words, baby. Not well, 60's not old, but I'll be using some words. I wish the Commonwealth would put John O'Keefe at the center of their case. I just don't feel like they're doing it. And I do mind your business. Mind your business. Okay? Talking about 60 old. But I wish for the sake of this man, they will put him back at the center of this case. He is no longer the center of this case, and that is an issue for me. They need to put him. They really do. I mean, we've been through one case. We saw how terrible everything. If the investigation was bad, how about let's redo the investigation? Let's start from scratch. Just think, have you guys ever lost something and you try to look for it, you don't find it, but then you have to sit down and regroup and you go, okay, let me just not focus on this right now. Let me calm down. You calm down. You get yourself together. Let me tell y'all a story. One day, Alice, tell your husband I said we locked in. Let it go. One day I was looking for my car keys. Mariah was 2 years old and I couldn't find my car keys. I called AAA. I had them come open my car doors. I thought maybe I left it in the car. And once AAA left, I was like, damn it, I lost my car keys. I'm going to have to buy a key. I sat down to regroup because she's 2. She's probably almost 3. You can kind of talk to kids. And after I sat down to regroup, I remembered Mariah said, I remember asking her earlier about my keys. But anyway, I sat down and I regrouped. And I asked her again. That's what I asked her again. I said, Mariah, have you seen mommy's keys? That baby walked right to the kitchen, opened the drawer, and pulled my keys out of a bucket under the drawer. Sometimes it just takes for you to sit down and regroup. It's the point of this story. Sit down and regroup. Ask your questions again. When I tell you I want to take that child and go dump her on the front of a fire station step, okay? You had to call AAA, all of this, and she knew where the keys were, but maybe I was moving too much and didn't hear her, or I don't know what the child was going through. But I do know the second time I asked, she went and grabbed my keys. So, I don't think it's crazy. And no one would be mad at the Commonwealth if they sat down, the police, whoever's going to investigate it, sit down. Let's think about what we did wrong. And if we were getting this case today, what will we do? What sticks out? What is an issue? How do we objectively view the evidence that we have? What do we do? Child. Princess Mariah, when I tell Mariah, I always talk about this story. She got a brand new iPhone. It was her first phone, I think. Baby, she had that phone 3 days. We went to Legoland. She lost the phone. Baby, she was in the car. She back there crying, LJ crying. I'm talking about, I'm sending you to your daddy's house. I'm not dealing with this. Brand new phone. Brand new iPhone, child. Baby, Mariah was about to get rehomed after that iPhone. The keys weren't it. Baby, losing that iPhone after 3 days at Legoland. Baby, don't want to go to Legoland to this day. Traumatized. Will not go to Legoland. Don't ask me. Do not ask me, okay? Something about kids yelling and screaming and I have to walk around and step on Legos does not sit right in my spirit. Every time I go, I have flashbacks to when she lost that phone. Now, ma'am, I don't go to Legoland. Don't go. Do not go to Legoland. But back to the Canton PD. Not Canton, MSP. If they could just put their pride to the side. And I am not saying Karen is innocent, okay? I don't see what a man was hit by a car. I just don't. I don't. So I do believe she deserves a not guilty. But I do believe just John O'Keefe deserves justice as well. And it may take... Can we... Where the hell is Hodge? Bring Hodge. Gibson, no. Bring Hodge. Bring Hodge. Where's what's his name, y'all? Is it Spencer Reed? Bring Spencer Reed in here to look at this case. Bring Emily. Where is the team? Bring them in. We need. Oh, hello, y'all. Bring Hodge T. Yes. The whole BAU. I need them to objectively look at this case. Tell me what they can figure it out. Bring the BAU because y'all, the answer is there. I think it's right in our face. Jennifer McCabe, it's right in our face. Even the neurosurgeon saying that he was alive hours after that injury took place. They could have saved that man had he gotten to the hospital. He may be a little slow, but he'll still be John. He need to put Mr. Scratch down. Wait a minute, I ain't seen it in so long. Did he never find Mr. Scratch? Let me tell you, Ronnie, the phone records, baby, she would have clocked that a long time ago. They could have saved him. And I think that's the sad part about all of this. Them saying that he would have survived hours after the head injury. I do believe he was hit around midnight. I do believe that to be accurate. And I do believe he suffered because he didn't say that the man wouldn't be able to think. Can you imagine wanting to tell your body to get up, but you can't? Can you imagine that? Okay, y'all, court's back in. Y'all, they never found Mr. Scratch. He was scary to me. Mr. Scratch was scary. Oh my God, Kelly, please don't say ready word. LJ says
Thank you
all the time.
Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, we were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those a couple of minutes, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
You know, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits individually.
No objection. All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or you in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor. That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, right?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories. Okay. Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about them in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by NSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, in a normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were getting, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our third category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
And I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
please?
Okay, y'all think I was by the microwave. What happened? I missed something. I don't know if she's stalling or I hate to be the conspiracy theorist. A lot of you guys have said, what is she scared of? And it may not be that someone's threatened her, right? It may just be that she remembers last year. She's seen what happened after her testimony and her colleagues' testimony last year. And maybe she's just trying to be cautious of what she says because she knows what everything she says has value. Maybe that, but she definitely is seeming a little off. She seemed like that. Last time I thought she was very, very quiet, shy. I thought she was in a perfect job. This year I feel the same. Quiet, shy, perfect job. But these couple of interactions, I don't know, it seems a little different. Lacey. No, Lacey, I saw before the sidebar. I was at the computer. But y'all so hard on her. Y'all are hard in the chat. Lacey, no. She was staring too long at the picture about the area where the chain of custody would be. Well, Krona, I think she acted the same last year. I don't think she's high. I do think this is a high profile case, and we don't know what happened in her office after everything. She could be intimidated by AJ. This is her second time having to go toe to toe with him. That could be it too. Right now, I don't know what's going on. She is very timid, Morgan. She came up that way last year, in my opinion. Oh, Ebony said, ain't no hard on her, they're hard on Karen. I know that's right. My bad. My bad. I don't want the whole chat to jump me. If you up there to tell the truth, why be intimidated? Ash, I think my issue with her is, and why I think there may be some truth, maybe if she's not threatened personally, maybe she's just scared at what will happen because she can't answer simple things. Simple questions is kind of messing her up.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
Bye, Bev.
So you can cut that, come down. Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously.
Yeah, I think it's a good to change the custody is about to come out.
I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay. And just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have,
we got it.
It says 7-12.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
That's all I need.
Yeah, that might be the bag that Proctor, they think Proctor wrote.
For identification, do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read.
It
looks like it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14.
Here we go. Now we see where AJ is going.
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So the four categories just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cut, right?
Yes,
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
that is correct.
7-12 is the butynic glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes,
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with court permission. Okay. Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the.
This is it.
Why did Bev have to get up?
Your green ready, Kylie. Go get him.
Yeah, I'm tired. I don't even know what's going on at this point. Oh, I think I took a screenshot. Let me show this while we're on. We're here. Hold up. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. I took a screenshot yesterday. It seemed to be when the man was testifying. Oh my God, I thought I took a screenshot. Oh, I did. Y'all look at Peg. Look at Peg. This was when they did recross to ask the man about his education. Peg was over there going through it. I said Peg needs to call them. He needs to call them out. Peg has to call them out. There is no other thing. There's nothing else. You got to call them out. Jasmine, I wasn't expecting her to eat all this. I just told her, I said, hey, we can't eat all this food. She gonna say, that don't mean I'm a big bag, TT. So she just eating greens, y'all. That's all she wanted. She's eating the greens with the turkey necks in them. That's what she wanted. I let her taste it, make sure that's what she wanted. I forget that when kids are out for the summer, they eat 50 times in one day. She's had a popsicle, grapes, cereal, noodles, and now she's about to eat greens. And she woke up at about 9:30. Before I got on live, she was up. It's not even 3 o'clock yet. I'm not even sure where it's going. Well, she's a thick one. She's a thick one, baby. I don't know what none does. Yes, I'm gonna have to start. When my children were small, I had a 2 snack a day rule. I mean, you can eat whatever, but 2 snack, because I'd go to Sam's to get snacks and they would just run through them. So I'm sure I used to find a lot of fruit snack bags by LJ's bed. I'm sure he wasn't adhering to it, but it looked like it. It did look like, hey, Miss Cherie, how are you? It did.
Oh, I can't go to your house, Kylie. Stop.
I don't know what Bev has going on, but hold on just a second. Well, I'm happy mine. Mine, one is 19 and LJ's with his dad.
Yeah.
Next week I have to deal with the grocery.
Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identity.
LJ's saying. What? Baby, LJ's older now. He's getting taller. He eats a lot more. That's the type of stuff. LJ will be here next week, so I'll make sure to get I've got to go to the store and get him his own groceries.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes,
How is that described?
it's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with,
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
it's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes,
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
yes,
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is an echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if you need to check your notes, feel free.
My AJ talking about if you need to check your notes, feel free. Hold on, AJ.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
200.
I don't know what's up with her, y'all.
205?
What's up with her today? I really don't know.
Hey, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done.
Okay.
And I was going to explain the sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
Brianna, he loves to walk. I just don't know what's going on with her, y'all. And I am really trying not to be hard on her because I thought the last time she was just pretty good at giving information. I don't remember Cross. I don't remember her entire examination, but it does seem like she's very hesitant with her answers. And that could be because someone put in the chat that maybe she was told, listen, try your best to stick to the science. Don't try to give the defense one up. Don't give maybe that's it. Lord, Anthony said she saw what they did to Shannon. Oh God! Don't mess with that TV again, okay? I don't know what it is, Aaron. I don't know what's going on here, but something is up. She looks scary right now, and I can't explain it either. But I do feel like she was kind of like that last time. Hold on. Nothing, Kaylee. I don't know what's up.
205.
Judge Beveridge is hilarious. She sounds.
Request permission to publish.
Yes.
I think so too.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 712 or anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 712, did not match anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right.
What does that mean?
The only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis matched what? Or was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is
You know,
a single piece of glass covered by microcarbon, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup, did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison. There was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor.
Exactly. But I don't like that cake.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
And he's okay. I know this right, Lally. Get that
You
question.
know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations.
Yes.
Baby, because Lally giving, y'all, is Lally not giving AJ? Come on now. Lally said he has time today. Oh. That's trying to make the glass piece significant. Me too. Kat, I'm not sure why the bumper pieces are even coming up when you know they don't match. To me, it points towards somebody put glass there thinking it wouldn't be tested, and they'd say it was from his glass, right? Let it go. First of all, let me tell y'all something. I can't say, I'm just going to say the word F what you heard. Do y'all remember that? That was a little saying back in the 2000s. F what you heard. Lally said he sees y'all online talking about AJ this, AJ that, and he's boring. He said he's going to bring you some spice today. Do you, baby, Lally said he tried to get it back in blood. Do you hear me, Jaleesa? Lally said he is coming to get it back in blood. He tired of y'all talking about him. He see y'all talking about his suits look like they came from what's the store? K&G. Lally coming up here. I like that about Lally. He got that question on out, and that was a long question. Won't stop him. I'm not mad at Lally. Fight back, Lally.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything? Very briefly. So in sum,
Prince,
a single
I
piece
gotta
of
watch the
glass
whole thing.
on that bumper
Stop
would
it.
be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup. correct? But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, or was consistently coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered from the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor. Correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Feel free to stand up.
I know they not. I know Bev ass is not finna in court today. I know good and damn well Bev is not fin. Lord, I heard myself saying finna. I know she's not about to end court today. It is 3:00. It's 3:00. No, y'all. Bev is not about to end for the day. If Bev ends for the day, I'm not gonna be mad at her though, because we got WTF tonight. I need to catch up on Diddy. So I won't be mad. But it's 3:00. It's 3:00. Y'all started damn near hour and 20 minutes or so behind. You took what was supposed to be a 30-minute lunch, you took an hour. So there was an hour lunch. You had a 20-minute break. If she ends at 3:00, Peggy gotta go potty. It's already a short day tomorrow, Big Lou. This was a half a day, Aaron. This was a half a day. Y'all, if she get up there talking about jurors, I know I've told you plenty of times that we are ahead of schedule and we still are. The lawyers and I have decided we've got a few witnesses. You know, we took some out of order. You know, we had the doctor come in from Miami. So they kind of messed us up today. We thought he'd be on much longer. He wasn't. What she's going to say? It's about 75 degrees and sunny outside. Go have a picnic with your kids. We'll see you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's a short day. Yeah, I think Bev is about to send them home. Remember, wait a minute, Mickey. Remember, we're still on schedule. I'm so happy you put that C in your name, Mickey, because I don't have to mess up and say Mikey. I mean Mickey. And listen, our heroes don't wear capes, girl. And no court on.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're in sci-fi. We don't like it when we're in sci-fi, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. We worked very hard to get us to this point, and we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off.
What?
So you have tomorrow and Friday, good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case.
Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case.
No.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
You got she just canceled court tomorrow, Aaron, because we're way ahead of schedule.
Goodbye.
We're way ahead of schedule. So that means I'm gonna tell you now, I'm not starting at 8:45 tomorrow. But y'all know tomorrow we're gonna watch yesterday. So maybe not 8:45. I might just start at 9:30 or something. Still gonna be early because I'm used to getting up now, so I can't mess that up.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans.
Leave us alone. We are pissed right now. She said she'll see them on, wait a minute, Tuesday. So y'all, there's no court on Monday. I've got to make good use of my time this weekend. So I'm going to be working tomorrow. So, and then Friday we have Proctor. We're going to watch Proctor. So not like I'm off, but I'm going to make great use of my time. I remember Monday is a holiday, y'all. My bad. I remember. That is so crazy. I didn't know that. Dang it. Now I'm even madder because I have to go get my baby and he could have come with me. Parents in the chat, do y'all make y'all kids go to school the last week of school? Or are you one of them parents where you be like, school's over, it's cool? I'm one of those parents. You don't want to go to school, like, I might let you go till Wednesday. You don't want to go Thursday and Friday? Okay. My baby had to go get his braces changed today, so he didn't go to school today. And it sounds like his dad gonna make him go Thursday and Friday. I think that's like, why are you doing that? Your son there to the last day. I get the younger parents. They can stay home. Jaleesa, I said, I know the teachers with like the kindergartners. My friend was like, well, I don't know. My friend she's an occupational therapist. He said, well, I don't know what my daughter's teacher is thinking because she's coming to school to the last day. I said, see, it's parents like you. The baby graduated. Leave that baby at home. So y'all send it. If they testing, normally they try to do the test. Y'all, the lawn crime fee stopped. I thought she was going to come back. She said, as a child and family member of teachers, they don't want y'all kids to come to school. Well, you ain't never had to worry about mine because they damn sure probably at the house. Oh, they cry to go to school. That's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. Child, Mariah could care less. Dang, has she graduated already? I saw her prom pictures. They're really beautiful. Has she graduated? They normally test before the last week. Let me ask my nephew, why your daddy didn't send you to school? School's still in Memphis. You all in Atlanta.
Because it was the last week of school. I never go to school.
You never go? I'm gonna have to call your daddy, talk to him. You never go. Yeah, this paper plate little brother, Jawan, he how many of y'all is it?
5.
Yeah, let me just tell you, putting Jawan's daddy's business out here. Jawan was the only child for like 16 years. Then his daddy went and had 5 kids. 5 kids, okay? Only child for 16 years, and now it's 5 of them. So Jawan has 2 of his brothers here for the summer. So this is one of his brothers. That's what I'm saying. Why aren't you in school? He's here. Oh.
But Monday, I made sure I did all my assignments. So I won't have.
So you okay?
Yeah, I did. The Monday was my last day.
You did all your work. What grade you? Or was it 9th or 10th? Going to 10th?
I'm
going to 10th grade now. Okay. You said I would have whooped my daddy ass. Mel, it's crazy. We cry together because I cry for them to stay home, child. Well, my son is now 13 and LJ's a lot, child, but he's older. He's cool. So yeah, this is his little brother, Diddy. It is a lot of them, though. I said how many of them is it like y'all a basketball team? That's a starting five. That's a starting five. Well, Crystal, normally I felt like they used to do testing because so many kids would not come to school around the last couple of days. So they started making testing mandatory for like the last couple of days so kids will be there. Denise, you can hang that one up, baby. I don't think Proctor's going. Proctor's not going to be up there. It's so much that goes on the last day. I was missing mostly today because they put your son campus on lockdown. See, that's scary. Have a good Memorial Day, Forrest. Thank you. When I was really, really young, my mom, she was a case manager. And I remember this one year, probably 4th or 5th grade, we didn't go to school on the last day. And I heard my mom on the phone talking because she had a client who'd been to jail previously for trying to steal kids. And I don't know what my mom did to her, girl. She told my mom she was going to come down to school and take us or something. We did not go to school the last 2 days, I remember. But I'm so happy she got that job because you didn't send me to school, but I do remember she left me home with my big sister. How did you leave the 16-year-old to fend for me? Come on now. No, I'll be here tomorrow. Proctor is on Friday. Tomorrow we're gonna watch yesterday. We're gonna watch Courtroom yesterday. I did not watch the whole thing. I've only seen clips. I watched The Lawyer You Know. Lexi, if Lexi's on here. Y'all, Lexi. So I just kind of post my opinions, right? I don't kind of give a play-by-play. Lexi gives a play-by-play. So yeah. Key, I don't care about the last day of school. I'm gonna miss it. Totally annoyed by Bev's choices today. I am not interested in the Diddy trial. So what the hell I'm gonna do, friend? I mean, you could go refresh your memory on some of the old parts of the trial. Now, the Diddy trial, I think I'm interested to seeing the state prove their case. I don't care about him, but I am enjoying watching the state and the attorneys. I am. Missy, somebody's calling my phone. Hold up. This is my friend. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, girl.
Okay. Do you want to do Proctor tomorrow?
I thought it was gonna be Friday.
So there's no court tomorrow.
I know. Okay, so listen, we were going to go watch yesterday's day, but I did not watch yesterday. So I've only seen recaps. Now, if you up and ready, I'm sure they'll enjoy doing Proctor. And I get on here at 8:45. We're gonna start at 8:45. We can go knock Proctor out.
No, I'm gonna wait till Friday.
Okay. We gonna still do our regular time?
Nothing tomorrow morning, but again, I did say Court of Opinion will be back tomorrow night. So we'll do Court of Opinion tomorrow night. We'll wake up Friday morning and do Proctor, and then we'll have a complete wind down of all things Karen Reed.
Court of Opinion is tomorrow. Court of Opinion is tomorrow. You know what? This is so great because we'll do Proctor, roll right into wind down, and get to hear all of the craziness that has happened when you watch Proctor. I wish you would go back. I think it may be good if you go back. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it. Watch the pathologist that actually looked at his brain. Listen, it's a quick testimony, 20 minutes maybe.
Send it to me.
And they're not calling her. I'm about to send it to you right now. I just watched it on lunch. They are not calling her again, and we don't know why they're not calling her again. They said they need an update on Easter Egg Sunday wig. What?
Okay, they said now
Let me tell you, she has on. I'm sending it to you. She has on a green dress with a sleeve.
I believe you have to click on the gifted membership, and there should be an option to accept gifts for this channel.
Okay, friend. I want you to watch that because I think you will enjoy hearing her. And then maybe you can watch her testimony and understand why they are not calling her this time. I thought she was such a great witness. Such a great witness. And listen to her explain his injuries. She had said he had so many contusions, she lost count.
Oh, wow. Okay, friend.
So watch that. Watch that. I just sent it to you. Okay. All right, y'all. So yes, Proctor on Friday. We're gonna watch. Here you go, Kylie. Oh, that's this. That's my phone. Here you go, baby. Sorry. So yeah, Kylie, do you want to tell them hey? You want to come on the camera and say hey? She said, her hair is all over her head. She normally doesn't like to be seen when her hair's not done. So, okay. I think Proctor will be good for some of you that will never get to see Proctor. I think you'll enjoy that. Missy, she said, I said, you want to tell them hey? She said, hey. You want to get on camera? She moved her hair out of her face. No. She doesn't want to do it. So yeah, so guys, that's our plan. I'm going to get off because y'all know we have WTF at set. I don't even know what time it is today. They changed the times. It's either 8 or 9, so I'll figure out the time. But I've got to go read up on the Diddy trial and try to understand what's going on there because that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Hopefully we have some answers about this immunity agreement. I think defense will call Proctor as well. I would if I were them. Key, as soon as we get off, I'm going to say ALEXA. I don't want it to come on. Play. Where them fans at? I'm going to let her get the fan shout and I'm going to let her go ahead and have fun. Ash, I'll be trying to get over and stick to my schedule because if I don't get off, then I'll be sitting here talking to y'all for hours. So I'll be trying to stick to my schedule so I can get off, move. When I get off the live, I probably sit down for like 30 minutes to an hour. I go through my ex replies and try to reply back. Then, now Barchi over here crying. Then I go do my TikTok videos. I have not even done some of my updates from Diddy trial. Like I'm really behind. Alice, 8, 9. They've been doing 9 lately for some reason. So, yeah. Dan said, I'd be pissed if I was on the jury. We're ahead of schedule. Great. Let's keep going. I agree. So we can finish and I can get back to my life. But Bev, for some reason, doesn't see it that way. Bev does not see it that way. 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. I don't even know, but it's probably going to be 9 again. It's probably so, Crystal. It's probably going to be 9 again. But yeah, this weekend I thought I was going to get caught up, Ash, and I did not get caught up because I was with Mariah Saturday. All day Saturday we were out. And then Sunday I cooked, so I didn't even get a chance to get caught up. So I'm really behind. But yeah, I'm about to get off. Thank you, Kim. I'm about to get off so I can go ahead and do my videos and prepare for WTF. It will be here with myself, Attorney Kayla Bumpus, and Miss Jefferson Says. We're going to be talking about what's been going on in the Diddy trial since last week. So I got to go through my notes and go through my videos so that I can get what's going on. But yes, so if you guys are not doing anything, we'll come back here to my page, Kayla's or Miss Jefferson's page. But I'll see you ladies, not ladies and gentlemen later. Bye, everybody. See y'all later.